state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with the House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12. Pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with the House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by a roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance, with each member stating their presence, and please also state whether there's anyone else in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Okay, Keith, you're on.
All right, good morning, everyone. Calling the roll. Representative John Hunt.
I am here and I'm alone.
Representative John Patusek.
I am here and I am home alone.
Representative Jason Osborne. Representative Keith Ammon, that's me. Representative Max Abramson. Oh, I'm present and alone, I'm sorry. Representative Max Abramson. Representative Abramson. Representative Bonnie Ham.
Here alone.
Representative Joseph DePalma. Representative DePalma. Representative Jeffrey Greason.
Present and alone.
Representative Dawn Johnson.
Present and alone in the room, but I do have two daughters and doing their remote learning today in the house.
Okay. Representative Paul Terry. Representative Terry. Representative Christy Bartlett.
Here alone in the room.
Representative Richard Abel.
Present and alone. Others are in other parts.
Okay. Representative Chris Herbert.
I'm here. Excuse me. I'm here alone.
Representative Connie Van Houten.
Here alone.
Representative Tina Fargo.
I'm here alone.
Representative Joyce Bellew. I'm sorry.
Polio.
I skipped over Joyce. Representative Joyce Weston.
I'm here alone in the room.
Okay, thank you. Representative Jane Bellew.
Here, home alone.
Representative Anita Burrows.
Here alone in the room. My husband is in the house.
Okay. And lastly, Representative Chris McAleer.
I'm here, soon to be alone.
All right, Mr. Chair, that's 16 present. And that's the roll.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 477. And I guess I would ask anyone who would like to testify to go ahead and raise your hands now so I can see who's here. Because I don't see the sponsor. Yike. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah. Well, we're off to a roaring start here, aren't we? So, John, you want to introduce the bill?
I'll introduce the bill.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me get it out of my book here first.
All right.
Okay.
Representative Tuesday, recognized to speak to the legislation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the Commerce Committee. For the record, Representative John Patusek, Rockingham 6 Dairy, introducing House Bill 477 for Representative Roy out of Rockingham 32. This bill establishes consumer protection provisions for customers of internet service providers, ISPs, for service outages and less than advertised download speeds. This is deja vu, if I remember right. We had this 2 years ago, and we might have had it 4 years ago. So I didn't see anything different about this than we had 2 years ago. And if I remember right, well, I'm not going to taint the decision.
You're
And
just
that's
introducing the bill. You're just
this is my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Representative Terry, you,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am present and I'm alone in the room.
okay, great, welcome. You can put your hand down now, thanks. Okay, so I have nobody in support who wants to speak to the bill. So anybody who who's listening in, is there anybody who supports the bill? Just raise your hand. I don't see that. Okay. So what I'll do is instead I will invite Brendan to who is neutral. The Attorney General's office is neutral, and Chair will recognize Attorney Gayrod, sorry, and who is neutral and would like to help us out and try to understand the issue. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing me this morning.
Good morning.
Sorry, our office is experiencing some technical difficulties this morning, ironic given the nature of this bill, but
yes.
A second for the intercom to stop.
Intercom, I didn't know you guys had an intercom there, okay.
So again, let's start over. Good morning. For the record, I'm Brandon Gayrod. I'm the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau here at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I come to you this morning to speak as a neutral party on this bill, not to speak to the policy, but to point out some issues and concerns that I see based on my role as the chief of the Consumer Protection Bureau and dealing regularly with consumers that are experiencing some of the issues that this bill is designed to protect. The bill before us intends to better protect consumers from internet providers by explicitly providing protections and requiring the Attorney General to investigate and prosecute cases of internet providers that experience prolonged outages and internet providers that are advertising speeds and then delivering speeds that are below the speed that's advertised. I want to give the committee a little bit of background on how the Consumer Protection Bureau is currently responding to some of these concerns because they are concerns that I would say infrequently, but do every once in a while come before the Consumer Protection Bureau. So we have a consumer complaint process here in the Consumer Protection Bureau. We have a hotline that is staffed by volunteers that take complaints from the public. Those complaints come in as an official consumer complaint form that then is reviewed by a paralegal and then comes to my desk. I personally review every single complaint that comes into this bureau. I review the complaint for potential violations of RSA 358A. And if I find that, if true, the consumer's allegation would amount to a violation of New Hampshire's Consumer Protection Act, I send it to the business for a response. So I said that, we do on occasion receive complaints from consumers that are complaining that their internet is not as fast as is being advertised by the company. We frequently send those to the business, and the business is always very responsive to those complaints. And almost 100% of the time, the issue is not on the business side, but is being caused by something that interferes with the speed of the signal as it is sent from the internet provider, either before or after it reaches the consumer who's experiencing the slower speed. And as has been pointed out to our office on numerous occasions, there are an almost unlimited number of factors that could cause an internet speed at the point that it reaches the consumer to be lower than the speed was when it was initially provided by the internet company. Those factors include the type of equipment that the consumer is using, the physical location of the residence where the consumer is, the environmental factors that surround the consumer, the strength of the signal that is being received in a more remote location. Sometimes it's just not as strong as it is in a more populated community, and various other factors, including things like the weather. Sometimes can impact an internet speed, as well as the number of devices that are being used in a consumer's home. If a consumer has a single modem for their internet and they're only on one device to stream movies, that results in a very different internet speed than if 4 TVs are going at once, as well as 5 cell phones and teenagers who are streaming online video games or online music all day long. Those sorts of things can slow down the internet speed at the point that it is received by the consumer. In our efforts to make sure that the slower speed is not the fault of the business and is actually something that's being caused by the consumer, the companies have been very responsive and very willing to work with the consumers in order to make sure that they are receiving the speed at optimal levels. But the way that this bill expands this office's requirement to both investigate and prosecute any case where an internet provider's speed is below the advertised speed really creates 2 significant issues for this office as I see it. The first one of those is an issue of resources. The Consumer Protection Bureau has very limited resources, and we make the best of the resources we have, meaning that we take the limited resources that we have and we stretch them as far as we possibly can to try to investigate everything that we can on behalf of New Hampshire consumers. Those resources, I'm very comfortable saying, are currently either near or at maximum capacity and simply are not designed to be expanded upon to begin a completely new type and complex investigation, which would be required here. So I just want to give the committee a realistic depiction of, if this bill were enacted and the expectation is for the Consumer Protection Bureau, every time there's a complaint of a slower internet speed, to do a thorough investigation in order to determine whether that slower speed is the result of something on the consumer's end or something on the business's end. We do not currently have the resources to do that type of thorough investigation in every case. So it would require additional both attorney, paralegal, and investigative resources in the Consumer Protection Bureau in order to take that on. I want to be very candid, though. If the legislature were to give us those resources to make this a priority and say that we want the Consumer Protection Bureau to be focusing on doing a thorough investigation every time there is either an internet outage or there's an internet speed that appears to be less than what is advertised, that is a very complex and difficult investigation to do for a number of reasons. And the reason is that none of us here are experts in the area of internet speeds and internet technology and how it all works. To the best of my knowledge and through my interactions with the various cable companies and internet providers and just my basic knowledge of internet, something comes from, the signal comes from the internet provider and is sent out. And as long, based on current consumer protection laws, as long as at the point it is leaving the internet provider's signal initiating mechanism, at that point, as long as it's at the advertised speed, they would not be violating current consumer protection laws or this consumer protection law. We would need to prove at what point the signal lost its strength. And doing that would be an incredibly complex and potentially invasive process that would require us to prove that it was not something that was the fault of the consumer. This could require us to They have to go into consumers' homes to take their modems, to test their modems, to see if the modem is causing the interruption. We would have to, do surveys of individuals' homes to determine how many devices they're using. Are their devices at maximum caliber in order to comport with the services that the internet service provider is providing? This is not an easy thing to do. In fact, nobody in this building currently has the knowledge base to do that. It would likely require us to consult with experts in the area of internet service providers in order for us to just get an understanding of how to begin to prove that this is something that is the service provider's fault and not something that is caused either by a middleman or by conditions that are caused by the consumers themselves. This is not an easy thing to do. We have received really good results in our working with internet service providers when consumers feel that their internet is being provided at a speed that is less than advertised. And I'd like to point out that under consumer protection laws, currently any unfair or deceptive act or practice is a violation of New Hampshire's consumer protection laws. So if you have, my understanding is that what this bill is designed to protect against is an internet service provider that advertises, let's 5G or really fast internet speeds, and then is actually providing intentionally a speed that is less than that. Currently, that is a violation of 358A. That would be an unfair, deceptive act or practice under current New Hampshire law. And if that were happening, if we received, a tremendous number of complaints and also that a certain internet provider was actually providing internet at a speed less than what they're advertised, we have the tools already to bring that internet provider into accountability for those actions under the Consumer Protection Act. It would be an unfair and deceptive act or practice. But by specifically taking and making it into a specific carve out under 358A, it's creating an expectation that the Consumer Protection Act is going to do a thorough and complete investigation of each complaint that comes in on this matter. And for the reasons previously stated, I think that given the current makeup of the Consumer Protection Bureau and the resources that it would take for us to do that at the level that is consistent with the work that we strive to do here at the Department of Justice, it would be creating an unrealistic expectation that we would simply be able to investigate and prosecute these cases like we do with other unfair and deceptive acts or practices. So I thank you all very much for your time and your consideration of my testimony this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
We do have a question. Representative Weston has a question.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. This was very interesting. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the outage problem, because I think we've all experienced periods when we've not had access to the internet at all. And is there anything that can be done when that's prolonged?
So, excellent question. The answer is, unfortunately, as a lawyer, we always end up giving this answer, and it's never satisfactory. But the answer always is, when you're talking about the law, it depends. In certain circumstances, under current consumer protection laws, there would be something that could be done about that. And I'll give you two hypotheticals where something could be done and where something couldn't. If you had a internet service provider that has something on their end that malfunctions, or they experience a blown fuse or something on their end that causes an outage that's within their control, either they can fix it or they can reimburse consumers for the time that they're not getting the internet. But they continue to charge people anyways, we would absolutely take those complaints as an unfair and deceptive act or practice, and we would investigate it. However, similar to the internet speed issue, as you know, there are a lot of external factors that can cause power outages and internet outages that are outside the control of the companies themselves. If there were a serious storm or an ice storm that knocked out all the power in a certain area of the state for a week, and it was 100% outside the control of the company, that would be much tougher. Certainly, I think that there's an argument to be made that it would be an unfair, deceptive act or practice for them to continue to charge, even though they weren't providing any service, because at that point, it's their decision to continue to charge the customer that would be potentially the unfair, deceptive act. versus, something that happened originally on their end that would create, some sort of culpability. But it all depends on the circumstances. The overall point that I'm trying to make is that either way, whether you're talking about internet speeds or you're talking about an outage in service for a prolonged period of time, if the company is charging consumers in a way that amounts to an unfair or deceptive act or practice, that is already something that is covered by our current Consumer Protection Act that we would have the ability to investigate and prosecute.
Thank you.
Well,
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Garrett, you started your presentation off with saying the AG's office uses volunteers to collect consumer complaints. That surprises me. Would you be able to tell us how they're trained and where you get these volunteers to work in the AG's office?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
So we have volunteers that man our hotline by necessity, because like I said, we want to provide to the citizens of the state of New Hampshire an opportunity where 5 days a week they have the ability to call into this office if they believe that they have a legitimate consumer complaint that we should know about. Due to our limited staff resources, we do not have full-time or part-time attorney general staff that is able to serve the role of being on the phone for 7.5 hours a day in order to provide that kind of service to the community. So we developed a system where we seek volunteers from the community that have to apply, be vetted by this office, have to pass a background check, go through an interview process. Many of them are retired folks that have an interest in giving back to the community, have an interest in helping people, and have an interest in supporting the work of the office. So they apply, they come in usually one time a week. They man the phones for either a day or a half day. We train them. We provide constant support to them throughout the day. Both the paralegals in the Consumer Protection Bureau as well as the attorneys in the Consumer Protection Bureau. So the volunteers are never on their own. Any questions that they have, we support them and try to help them get the best information to the consumer. But the volunteer's role is really to suss out whether somebody is calling about something that is potentially a Consumer Protection Act violation that we should encourage them to file a formal complaint for us to investigate, or whether they're calling about something that is more appropriate potentially for them to seek either a private lawyer or to pursue it in small claims court, or something that would be handled by another state agency. For example, we frequently get people that want to report parties that are regulated by the Banking Commission. So the volunteers will assist the person in making a complaint to the Banking Commission. But our volunteers are, unfortunately, COVID has really impacted, our volunteer situation. We have the fewest we've had in years, but we are pushing through and doing our best with the resources we have to continue to provide excellent consumer protection to the citizens of the state. Our volunteers do a tremendous service to this bureau. We sincerely hope that at the point that life goes back to normal, like we all hope it will, that all of them return and that we're able to have a full lineup of volunteers again.
Thanks very much.
Representative Van Houten.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your testimony. You just alluded to the COVID situation. I'm wondering if you have found that the volume and frequency of complaints coming into your office has increased now that we have youngsters working from home, businesses actually being run out of homes. I'm working in a study in my own home.
Our complaints have been consistently going up through COVID. And it's tough to say what's causing it. The great thing about having a hotline is that it's an access point into the Attorney General's office for anybody, regardless of whether it's a consumer protection issue or they feel that somebody's not complying with COVID guidelines, or really anything that they want to call in about. We provide that access point into the Department of Justice. So we end up fielding calls about pretty much everything that impacts all the state agencies and all the areas of this office. We do receive a high number of COVID-related complaints that we, for obvious reasons, we're not receiving before the pandemic. They're not always directly on point as violations of the Consumer Protection Act, but we do see throughout the pandemic, we have seen complaints about various COVID-related scams and potential Consumer Protection Act violations that we were not seeing before the pandemic. So it has caused our complaints to steadily increase, and I would say our calls and inquiries have substantially increased during the pandemic.
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Is it Garrod, G-R-R-O-D? I see a hyphen after that.
The hyphen is just to my title. My last
Oh, okay.
pronounced Garrod. The easiest way to think about it is like a garage.
Thank you, sir. I'm wondering what, would you be able to tell us what percentage of the complaints that you receive are actually found to have a basis other than some of the issues that you've discussed, which are not actually the fault of the ISP?
Are you asking specifically about complaints against internet service providers?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I definitely can't give you a percentage off the top of my head. I can say that a lot of the time it is, especially if you're talking about internet speeds, it is something on the consumer end. I would say almost 100% of the time it is. We don't receive these complaints very often. So the great thing about having the complaint process and the volunteer process is that it's a great source of information gathering. So if you had a company that was providing widespread internet at below advertised rate, we would expect to see a significant number of complaints coming into this office because it would be a widespread impact on the community. What we typically see is 1 or 2 complaints come in, 1 or 2 a month, 1 or 2 every 2 months, something along those lines. You know, obviously it deviates depending on the month, but that's what we tend to see. Somebody that, you know, internet has been advertised as, you know, high speed, and, you know, sometimes it's advertised as a certain speed, and the consumer feels that based on the performance of their, you know, their phones or their devices at home, that the internet is not living up to the speed as advertised. And we're every single time able to get a response from the business who is usually willing to work with the consumer in order to help them get their equipment up to speed, or to recommend optimal placement of a device inside of a residence, or sometimes it's simply a matter of just using too many devices at once.
Further question, you may inquire.
Follow, Mr. Chairman, if I may, with one question.
Further question.
In the instances where you do have consumer complaints about alleged poor internet speed, would you be able to tell us what percentage, just roughly approximate the percentage of the complainants did not first contact the internet service provider for a resolution, but came directly to you?
That's a good question. I do not believe that I have the ability to give a meaningful answer to that.
That's not something that you ask.
So we require all of our complaints to be submitted on a written consumer complaint form that we have drawn up, where we, you know, very strategically ask certain information from the consumers. One of the questions is, have you contacted the business to resolve this? So I can't, you know, I've been in this position for almost 2 years now. I've reviewed thousands of complaints. I can't give you a percentage. What I can say is some of them contact the business first, some of them reach out directly to us.
So could you characterize it?
Further question?
Small percentage? Thank you, sir. Small?
I honestly can't, I can't speak to it without having had an opportunity to review all of the complaints. I'm just not sure. There's a lot of information on every complaint form. I'm not always focused on that. I'm usually more focused on the allegation that's being made, because regardless of whether a consumer reaches out to a business first or reaches out directly to us, we always try to help and try to facilitate a resolution. So that particular piece of information is not one of the most important things that I review when looking at the complaint form. So I would have to look at them with a special eye towards that.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just try a couple for myself, just to humor me. So one time it was an ice storm, and I can see the wire hanging down. and it's right next to the pole, and I'm the only one on this pole. In other words, they run them on the wire all the way down to my house, and the wire is hanging down. And so clearly they own the wire, they're responsible. Should I have asked them for a refund for the time that it took them 2 days to get me back online?
Again, it's a difficult question. If you had asked them for a refund, I'd be very interested in what their response was. And whether it also comes down to the issue of if your poll was down, you got to imagine there were probably countless other consumers in the state.
Well, in this case, it was just me, but I'm sure somebody else might have had problems. But I could see that this problem was clearly just me because the line came all. I mean, I'm a half a mile from the road, from the street.
Well, let me answer it this way: if there was a storm and your pole was impacted, your pole that is maintained by an internet service provider was impacted in a way that compromised your ability to get internet service.
Right.
You notify the company about it.
Yeah.
They're aware of it, and they choose to continue charging you instead of making it a priority to fix the
They didn't
pole.
get credit for the last 2 days.
I mean, that's a complaint that I would certainly entertain as an unfair and deceptive act of practice. But it comes down to do they have the ability to fix it quickly? And if they're choosing not to and continuing to charge you, that's a problem. I would say it's probably not deceptive, but it's certainly an unfair act.
It was an ongoing type problem, right?
Yeah.
Right. In this case, they fix it in a couple of days, and I'll say, okay, I want 2 out of 30. I don't know what is it, 15% discount or something for the lost days. But in another case, they actually did send out an email to everybody and say that they did have a problem with their internet, with their sourcing. Okay, because I'm one of these rural programs, and they had their sourcing problem, and they switched over to a different provider, which they admitted was slower, but that it was due to the fact that they had a technical problem being able to hook up for that, and they gave her credit. But I would have to say I never applied for it because I feel sorry for them because they're sort of running on shoestrings and they're not a big corporation. But I would use this opportunity to let everybody know a little bit about wireless internet in their homes. Someone who used to be in the computer retail business. So I've, my email is Prodigy, which is the oldest email address out there, is that when you get your internet provider, whether whoever it is, and they bring you a router, and some of these routers have built-in Wi-Fi, that's the problem. That built-in Wi-Fi wears out. All Wi-Fis get tired. And so you really do have to, I think it's unfortunate the companies don't let people know that, but you do really need to upgrade your Wi-Fi at least every 5 years. Nothing else, the technology is faster and better. Like we have this mesh now, so you don't even need wires, but your Wi-Fi actually does wear out. So that's a would you believe. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for stopping in for us and helping us out on this one.
My pleasure. Thank you for the time.
Okay, so Teresa Rosenberg, Attorney Rosenberg, I know that you have 1 + 2 clients. So I don't know if you want to do both clients at the same time. There she's coming over here. And you have to unmute yourself. Are you there yet, Teresa? Oh, there she is. All right. Good morning, Attorney Rosenberg. Your sound is horrible. We cannot hear you at all. Oh, there it goes.
Did you get me now?
Yeah, it came in and out.
All right. Do you want me to hang up and call you back on my cell phone?
No, that right at the moment you're good, so don't move.
Sure, I'm here representing.
Yeah, I'd come back in. I'm going to do Lisa McCabe, and then why don't you come back in, or try something. Okay. All right. So, and Lisa, Ms. McCabe, you're on.
Morning, thank you. My name is Lisa McCabe, and I'm here on behalf of CTIA, the Trade Association for the Wireless Communications Industry, in opposition to House Bill 477. The wireless industry is competitive and providers compete for consumers daily. Wireless providers work with consumers impacted by outages, including providing credits and other policies to help customers remain loyal. This legislation would interfere with that relationship by mandating a one-size-fits-all approach to outages. Many times outages are caused by the loss of commercial power or backhaul transport, including fiber cuts that are beyond the control of wireless providers. Regarding the outages referred to in the bill, it's important to note that in a wireless environment, there may be many reasons why a consumer may not be able to receive service, including an issue with a handset or device, which has nothing to do with the provision of the service, or that a consumer may be out of a carrier's service area. Providers monitor their networks for outages and restore service as soon as possible. It's also not possible for them to know exactly which consumers are on the network at the time of an outage. The very essence of wireless service is mobility. Many additional provisions in the legislation do not appear to be intended for wireless ISPs, as wireless providers don't offer service directly to a residence and do not advertise download speeds as contemplated in the bill, and therefore wouldn't be able to operationalize these provisions in the wireless environment. Wireless providers in New Hampshire, including AT&T, T-Mobile, US Cellular, and Verizon, are signatories to CTIA's Consumer Code for Wireless Service, in which they've committed to adhere to industry principles, including providing ready access to customer service and promptly responding to customer inquiries and complaints, including complaints from government agencies like the Attorney General's office. Finally, passage of HB 477 would run contrary to federal law. The Communications Act provides that no state or local government shall have any authority to regulate the rates charged by any commercial mobile service. Mandating a price at which a carrier may charge a customer, in this case, a price of zero in certain instances, is part of the rate structure for wireless service contracts, and these would bring New Hampshire into conflict with federal law. The competitive wireless marketplace offers consumers choice and provides the appropriate credits to consumers when there are network outages. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the committee not to move forward with this bill. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the committee members? All right, thank you very much. All right, Attorney Rosenberg, you're back, and hopefully.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you great.
I tell you, I'm having problems with Teams, with internet, with you name it. Teresa Rosenberger from Bernstein Schuer. I'm here today representing the New Hampshire Telephone Association in opposition, and I'm also speaking for Ellen Scarponi of Consolidated in opposition, who unfortunately her husband ended up in the hospital this morning, so I'm going to speak for her as well. We all oppose, the New Hampshire Telephone Association is made up of all the landline telephone companies in the state. Needless to say, the main reason for the opposition is this is an unregulated competitive industry. And let me say, as one who ran Fairpoint Communications, there's absolutely no question you want those outages fixed and back up and running as quickly as you can. Because of the competition, you certainly don't want to lose even one customer over an outage. So it's definitely to your advantage to get those outages fixed as quickly as possible. It's also to your advantage to give credits when you can, and various companies give different credits. Some companies give a complete credit. Some people give credits after 24 hours. But the bottom line is it's to our advantage not to have outages, and when we do, fix them quickly. As to the second part of the bill having to do with the monitoring of the download speeds, I concur with absolutely everything the Attorney General's office said, Attorney Garrard. He's absolutely right. It you can have the speed to the door, but you have no control over what happens behind the door. So therefore, your speed to the door may be one thing, and your speed on the other side of the door, depending on how many devices, what brand they are, is something else. So I ditto everything he said and be happy to answer questions. And we all want to keep our customers happy. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We do have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Representative Bartlett?
Thanks very much. Nice to see you, Attorney
Nice.
Rosenberger.
Nice to see you too. It'd be great to see you downtown one day.
Yeah, that's right. It would be. Just to disclose to everybody, Teresa and I are both members of the Women's Club of Concord.
Yeah.
We have heard this bill a number of times, as you heard. And one of the things that has come, I'm going to repeat part of what you said, was that the carriers that you deal with, and we heard from other carriers, that they are very happy to give credits when people have been down. But would you confirm that the customer has to ask for that credit? Because there are so many, everybody's got internet for the most part. And there's really, is there no way for the carriers to be able to tell individual houses that might be down for, 2 hours, 3 hours a day? But if the customer asks for this refund, is it your understanding that they will give a credit pretty readily?
Yes, it's my understanding if the customer asks, yes, they will pretty readily give the credit. And also, Representative Bartlett, it depends on the company. Some of the smaller companies are well aware when they've got an outage and that it may be affecting their entire service area or portion of it. So for them, in many cases, the customer doesn't have to ask. So it depends. It totally, this thing is so fluid and flexible. It totally depends on the outage. But yes, if a customer asks, it's my understanding that the companies will give a credit.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. And good to see you.
Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes,
why not simply create a cause of action for the consumer or for businesses that are facing an outage? And then if they're able to gather the evidence on their end, then they could take it to small claims court if they had to.
Gosh, I think that's more of a question for the Attorney General's office. I'm not so sure I understand the question, because in most cases with the outage, are you talking about the credit? Because in most cases, if you ask for it, you're going to get it.
Right. So actually, technically, what he did say was that it could, if you're falsely advertising speeds, it is a violation of the Consumer Protection Act. And Representative Abramson, I know you're new to the committee. Yes, you have the right of suing them, and you can get triple damages under the Consumer Protection Act.
Right. Fair enough.
I do know, Abramson, I had the issue myself this summer when my daughter was here, and we had one speed advertised, and we certainly weren't getting the speeds. And so when they came to the house, there was absolutely no question the speed was coming to the house. But once it got inside, we were running, I hate to tell you, 4 computers, 3 cell phones. My daughter was streaming the whole time. So the minute she left and went back to Cambridge, needless to say, our speeds went back up.
Right. But it's time for you to get a new Wi-Fi inside your house.
You are right.
You need to upgrade your Wi-Fi's every 5 years. People don't realize that they wear out. They do.
I'm going to go tell my husband that right now, and I should have known that, Representative Hunt.
And I have multiple. I have Eros at one house and Orbi at another one, and the mesh is great. You can have units all through the house, and you don't have to worry about wires. It's wonderful. Okay. All right. Now, is there anyone else who? So is Chris Hodgson around? Chris, there you are. Okay. See, I have to do asks. Okay. Oh, you jumped on me. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Okay. There you go. Okay. Back up. All right. See, I learned my lesson from yesterday. Okay. Mr. Hodgson, you're invited to testify.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt. May I continue?
Yes, please.
Excellent. Thank you. So I submitted somewhat lengthy written testimony, and I know you have a hearing coming up at 9:45, so I'll be very brief and just try to fill in the holes a little bit. My name is Chris Hodgson. I am Comcast Vice President of Government Affairs here in New Hampshire, and I also serve as the company's liaison to the state's emergency management system. So I'm intimately engaged in any outage-related issue, whether it's storm damage, damage caused by impacts to our network, or the occasional equipment failure. I just want to confirm for the committee that in our case, and in the case of all cable providers in New Hampshire, that our policy continues to be as it was when this bill was heard in past years, to provide credits when customers contact us and express a concern about an outage or service quality or whatever it may be. We believe that policy is the right policy. It serves customers well. And the type of regulatory regime described in this bill is not necessary. The bill, as other folks have noted, the bill addresses this concept of speeds and advertised speeds in a way that's different from past pieces of legislation. So I thought I might just build a bit on Attorney Garad's comments by highlighting really one of the most common factors that we see when customers express a concern about the download speeds that they have, and that is these devices. In preparation for this hearing, I did a speed test over my Wi-Fi connection at home over this iPad 4, which is only perhaps 5 or 6 years old. There are millions and millions of these out there in the marketplace, and consumers use them every day. And due to the hardware limitations of the device, the maximum speed I could achieve was around 8 megabits down by around 8 megabits up. And at the same moments later, I did the same speed test over the same Wi-Fi device that I'm using to speak with you today, which is virtually brand new Apple iPad. And I got the 380 megabits down by about 19 megabits up, which is in line with the level of service that I received from my ISP, which is my employer. And I think that just highlights really the challenges that Attorney Garad mentioned. I'll just close by offering to answer questions about outages, answer questions about speeds. I would ask the members of the committee to take a peek at my much more lengthy testimony. In particular, I highlight independent data collected by the FCC on a range of ISPs and what they found when they examined download and upload speeds over the course of now nearly a decade. And that data really does consistently show that ISPs are providing at the gateway, which in our case is the modems in our customers' homes, the speeds that we're advertising. And it is not the most engaging reading, but if you're interested in the technical challenges that ISPs experience and what in a real world environment the FCC has found, it's very interesting and useful. So with that, I'll just conclude. We would ask that the committee not recommend this for passage. We do oppose it, and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I see no questions from the committee members, so I think everybody has got their arms around this one. All right.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Seeing no more questions and no more attendees with their hands up and everyone want to speak, we will close the public hearing on House Bill 477. And we had 16 in support, 11 opposed, and 1 neutral. So with that, I will close the public hearing, and we're right on time. We're sort of on time. We'll open up our next one. House Bill 553, prohibiting renewal of certain consumer contracts without express written notice to the consumers. So I'll ask everyone who wants to speak, please raise your hand. And the sponsor, Mr. Baruti. Do I see Ben? No, I don't. Oh my God. This is terrible. We're having a bad day here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
I'm glad to introduce it.
Okay, yes, great.
Okay.
Thank you, Christine.
Sure. I'm obviously stepping in last second. House Bill 553. This bill would make it a violation of the Consumer Protection Act for a contract for services to include an automatic renewal provision that does not require written acceptance of the additional term of service by the consumer. Interesting bill. I happened to get a confirmation this weekend. I signed up for a National Geographic for Kids subscription for my grandson. And in the confirmation, it says, and you have been signed up automatically, unless you tell us otherwise, for this subscription indefinitely. So I'm thinking that this may apply to something like that, and I'm not sure how it would be enforced. But there we go. I'm sure we'll hear from others.
Okay. Representative Abel has a question, or do you would like to?
Oh, for me? Okay. Good luck.
Representative Bartlett, are you aware that this committee in 2015 passed a bill that the House passed that applied this to health clubs in New Hampshire? So there is a precedent.
Interesting. So it only applies to the bill that's in the law that's in place now only applies to health clubs. Is that correct?
That bill only applied to health clubs. That's correct.
So, well, it's someone who was around in the health club issue. I don't know, you say 2015. That seems a little later, because originally the issue over health clubs was they were selling lifetime memberships, $1,000 lifetime memberships, and they were going out of business in a year. And so we had a bill in the committee that, and this is way back. This is way back.
Oh, you're not that old, Mr. Chair.
I'm trying to remember the name of the Attorney General, but he's long who was a consumer, Walter Maroney. So anyway, the issue that we had changed it was that that they can only take a month to month, and they hit your credit card every month, and that they could not do that. So the question, I guess, it sounds like the bill came back in, was that, okay, do when that period of time, sometime or something, that they would have to notify you to renew. So I assume that's what you're talking about, Rich, is that if they're going to, if there was some period of time that they have to renew. So I don't quite remember that legislation, but that could be true. But I would say that when one of my credit cards that I use to pay all my recurring bills with, when the card expired, they all started sending me notices and say, "Hey, your card we have on file is going to expire. Do you have the new expiration date?" So some of them are very proactive in doing that, but. In general, it is a problem that a lot of these, entities, they say you can join for free, right? But you got to give them a credit card number, and if you don't call up and cancel it, they will start hitting your card, and they'll just keep hitting your card forever, forever and ever until the expiration date, and then they'll have to ask you to.
That works for Easy Pass too.
An Easy Pass. There you go. Okay.
I wonder if that would apply to this.
Yeah, no, I the way the bill is written, it's anybody who has what we call a recurring revenue contract, which is a very lucrative way to do business, is recurring revenue. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they're sticking right into 358A. They're right into the consumer protection statute. So, okay. I have one person, and Kyle Baker. Promote it. And promote him up here, who is in opposition to the bill. And good morning, Mr. Baker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I will be very brief. My name is Kyle Baker, and I'm here today on behalf of the Internet Coalition in opposition to House Bill 553. You should all be in receipt of a letter of opposition from the Internet Coalition and other industry groups. So I'll just quickly touch a couple of the main points of our opposition. Concerns. This bill would create an unnecessarily burdensome process for consumers and businesses offering auto renewal services. Consumers in New Hampshire would essentially be unable to participate in auto renewal programs and would be required to keep opting back into services, possibly dealing with disruptions in their service if they forgot to opt back into a service they regularly use. Companies are already obtaining, member companies are already obtaining affirmative customer consent for automatic renewals and other material terms and conditions. It's done in a clear and conspicuous way at the time that the customer signs up for the service. And we see that this gives the customers the option to conveniently continue the service without the need to take further action unless they would like to make changes to their service or end the service. And finally, we just wanted to clarify, it was already brought up about this being generally an addition to 358A, that this bill would place New Hampshire businesses at a competitive disadvantage with bordering states, which do not subject companies to similar mandates. It would place a burden on small businesses who need to develop and implement some sort of contract tracking and opt-in system just for their New Hampshire customers. So with that, we'll let our written testimony speak for itself. I'm happy to attempt to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Baker? Seeing none. Oh, here we go. Representative Van Houten.
Thank you. I was just a late entry into that. I apologize. My aunt died fairly recently, several months ago. And when her daughter was going through the estate, she found that several recurring charges to her credit card continued after her death. How would this bill address that, or would it address that, or what other concerns do we have making this bill cover eventualities like that? Because as far as I know, we will all die.
Sure. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'm certainly not a technical expert on the various ways that platforms do their cancellation and notification processes, but I'd be happy to follow up with you after the hearing with the information on how our members choose to inform and work with their customers to end their services.
All set for the question?
Thank you. Could you just give me a general response to that? Is this something that the executor of the estate typically informs the business of? I guess I'm really not sure what my question is, but theoretically, you could be billed for a great length of time after death, despite the fact that that you're dead.
Sure. Thank you. Again, I don't want to give you any incorrect information on how the process works, so I will get that to you today.
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
Now I have two items, Mr. Chairman. First, if I may address Ms. Van Houten's question. I served as the executor for both my mother and my father's estates. And when I notified the providers that my parents had died, they immediately removed the charges on the basis of her death and as of the date of her death or his death. So that was not an issue. Second, Mr. Chair, could I ask that when we have lobbyists who are giving testimony, that they not only indicate to us who they represent, but also what state they're located in. I think this would be, I know we receive correspondence from the lobbyists, but I think this would be a particular interest to members of the public who do not know, for example, where the Internet Coalition is located. Thank you.
So, Mr. Baker, can you tell us a little about who the Internet Coalition is? And
Sure.
in New Hampshire?
So I am a lobbyist with RIP Granite Strategies in Concord-based. I'm one block.
RIP means?
Rathyoung and Pignatelli.
Okay.
So just one block down from the State House. The Internet Coalition is a trade association that represents internet and e-commerce organizations, and I believe they are based out of Vermont.
And Kyle, you actually used to have a job in the State House.
I did, yes. For a number of years, I worked across the wall in the Senate.
Yes. Okay, so any other questions for Mr. Baker? I assume, Connie, your hand's up just because it's still up. Yep. All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have nobody else signed up to speak on this bill. So I guess I'll ask any attendees, anybody who's attendee would like to weigh in or not. If not, I don't see any hands. Oh, I do. Representative Abramson, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to make a remark that I have to introduce a bill at 10:15, so I'll have to step out for a few minutes.
Well, you're in luck because we're done here and we won't be coming back until 10:30.
Oh, that's terrific.
So timing is everything. Yes, Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much. You know, I thought Representative Terry had a really good point. I think there are many times when, particularly in these remote settings where it's tough to know where the lobbyists are coming from. I'm just wondering if we can make a suggestion regarding the sign-up sheets that we ask people where you know, what state they live in. Because yesterday we had multiple people signed up, and we're going to have it this afternoon, I think, too, on Right to Repair. And I'm curious to find out, you know, where these calls are coming from.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because when I first saw the original sign-up format, way back when the original was rolled out to it, and immediately I noticed that they did not have the mailing address. You know, they didn't have that information in there, and which, as I just said, you know, I realize you guys are lifting the Senate's model, and the Senate does piece of paper, and they don't do cards like pink cards like we do. And I said, I think it's very useful. But they noted, we all kind of noted was, oh, but we do ask for their phone numbers. So that sometimes we can get a little bit from people's phone numbers, but of course, as is present company included, there's some of us that do not have a 603 phone number. And but I would notice that lately, all these sheets that are coming through for me, nobody's filling in the numbers at all. So I get it.
No,
so,
and even, I mean, the phone numbers, we'd have to call them during committee meeting.
Right. And
that's impractical.
So it is true that in this case, these people are sending their testimony ahead of time, in which if we got that or we print that out, we would see it. Now, what Representative Terry's pointing out is that the public doesn't know this, and so as much as you were not so happy with how sometimes I try a little be casual about who the people are coming in, but I know a lot of these people, and I try to let people know, like just for instance for Kyle, I knew that he worked with the Senate for many years, so I wanted to kind of bring that in, try to let people know that if I know this person, that there's a reason why I know them, because they are regular lobbyists, that they're regular people who are here. But it is true, it's not been as much of a problem for this committee, but for other committees, they are just overwhelmed with people from all over the country who are
right. And even when the public are speaking, I think we want to know where they're from.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that very much so.
But I don't think we can change anything this year, but if, in the future, I think it would be good for us to, have an idea.
I could certainly, it is true that when I would read a pink card, I would often say who they're representing and what their position is on the bill. So I could be a little more vigilant especially because when I saw Internet Coalition, I never heard of the Internet Coalition.
No. I hadn't either.
Certainly you've heard of Rath Pignatelli.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, if I'm hearing this accurately, there's a deficiency or a defect in the form from my point of view, because, and Representative Bartlett and perhaps yourself, because the form that is used throughout the House, is that correct, does not ask for the location of the lobbyists' firm. So the burden falls upon you, Mr. Chair, to have to remember to do that we're going to informally adopt the practice of asking not only the identity of the person, who the person represents, but where the firm is located. Unfortunately, the burden will fall upon you because the forms cannot be changed until next year. And I want to make clear, I'm not, and I think it's become clear here. There's no intent on my part for us to be mining for such information because we're provincial or parochial in our outlook, but rather that we really need to know where these people are coming from. Thank you, sir.
Right. Right. Well, like I say, it's when we eventually get back to the House, you'll see the pink card, and the pink card does definitely ask for all this information. So I'm assuming that once we're all back in, this whole thing will disappear. So once they've had it down perfect to a science and know exactly what to say and do, we'll have gone back to the old ways. But I would say there's some pluses and minuses about this pre-registration. I like the idea that it gives people an opportunity to upload their testimony, so it makes the clerk's life easier. So there are, good or bad, but who knows what's going to happen in the future. Yes, go ahead.
And regrettably, sir, for some of us who are newly elected, that to which you're referring, pink cards.
Pink cards. Yes.
We've never seen such things, so we're really operating at a deficit, having never been able to meet in person before. Thank you.
Pink card here, yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. But we've had our pros and cons with pink cards. Sometimes we lose the pink card because someone puts it in at the beginning of the room, and by the time it gets passed all around, it gets lost. And so pink cards are, it's sort of, another one of the running jokes where we always say, you need to unmute. Well, the running joke is a lot of people will come in, and especially the sponsors, and start testifying, and the chairman has to ask him to fill out a pink card because they forgot to do one. Or senators are terrible. They don't get the pink card thing at all.
That's right.
So it's just like unmute. So, yes, Representative Burrows.
Yeah, just quick question. So hypothetically, if 300 people from California signed up to speak on a bill on our committee, they could do that?
Theoretically, that could happen.
Whoa.
That could happen.
On HB over at Education, they had a ton of out-of-state people signed up.
So yeah, no, we're very fortunate. We've got off lucky compared to other committees in terms of this sign-up system. But we've had some bills where we had 200 people signed up, right? We did, and to me, it's great. The fact that 200 people can, get on board and be able to, it's the speaking part, I guess, would bother me only because I probably wouldn't have scheduled enough time for having all those people to speak. But the fact that we have a system where people from the state and hopefully they write their phone number in and it says 603, so we know they really are from New Hampshire, that can be a good thing. So yes, Representative Abramson.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to notice right while you were saying it that I've been to other committee hearings and they have had 100+ people signed up to talk, and many of them are from out of state. Sometimes we need somebody who has a special expertise in an issue like the Convention of States issue, but in most cases, it's somebody trying to influence New Hampshire criminal law or self-defense law or New Hampshire elections law, and they don't live here.
So yeah, like I say, we're very fortunate that we haven't had too many of those problems. But so okay, so we can take a little break here till 10:30, and which we do our last of our phone morning. Or internet mornings, tech morning. All right. All right. The hour being 10:30, might as well get started. Good, Keith is here. Good. All right. And I didn't print out this bill. So who's the prime sponsor of this for this bill? Anybody can see on their notes? I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, Christian's got her hand up.
Okay, so Jackie. All right, so let me I will pull her up. Okay. Good morning, Representative Creason, and welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Good morning, Representative Hunt, and good morning, members of the committee. I guess I'll get started. So for the record, my name is Jacqueline Creason, and I represent a flotarial district in Manchester, Hillsborough, District 42. We are calling from the Social Security Administration to inform you that due to some suspicious activity related to your Social Security number, we've been forced to suspend your Social Security number. We're notifying you that there's a legal enforcement action filed on your name for fraudulent activities. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. These are all automated messages that I've received on my cell phone in the last 6 months, all of which purported to be from New Hampshire, coming from 603 numbers. At best, spam calls like this are a nuisance and a waste of time and energy. I'm sure you can all relate to wanting to answer phone calls that you think might be from constituents, only to find that it is not in fact coming from inside your district. At worst, calls like this can cause emotional distress or trap people in costly scams or lead to identity theft. So in a recent report from April of last year, the call blocking software company Truecaller estimated that Americans lost $19.7 billion to phone scams in the last 12 months. They stated that the average amount lost per scam in the hundreds of dollars, and the total amount lost is increasing year over year. And over 60% of such scams are initiated with a robocall. Another important negative effect of spam robocalls is that they erode trust in legitimate uses of automated calls, such as for emergency notifications, school weather closures like I got yesterday, or public health alerts. It may not surprise you to know there have already been many reports of spam calls related to the COVID vaccine availability. So this bill aims to accomplish 4 things. So first, it updates some definitions related to auto dialers and phone number spoofing, as our current RSA 359E has been updated a bit, but most of it has not been since the early 1990s. This would be important to help protect New Hampshire citizens in the event that the FCC, federally adopts an overly narrow definition, which is a fear that some people have expressed that could cause robocalls to increase even further. Second, it requires telecom companies operating in the state to provide more tools for consumers to help them block unwanted calls or numbers that have been flagged as suspicious. So there's certainly a variety of apps available that say they can do this for smartphones. I know as a consumer, it's really difficult to know if a given app is effective or maybe even a scam itself. And I hope the committee will agree with me that it's not appropriate to put the onus and cost of avoiding such scams on the consumer when there's things that we can do upstream. Third, it requires reporting from the Commerce Department on the prevalence of robocalls in the state and the status of mitigation measures and suggestions for additional things that we can do to protect people from these things. And then fourth, it increases the penalty for any entities found to be illegally conducting robocalls or misrepresenting their location, and also reinforces the power of the State Attorney General's office to prosecute and enforce this law without requiring consumers to prove that they've been harmed by these calls. So it makes enforcement hopefully a little bit easier. So I was inspired to file this legislation after seeing some from other states. It's a little bit modeled after recent laws that passed in Arkansas and New York. So I'm open to amendments, that could make it more effective or practical for our state. But my main hope is that we can enact legislation to cover the intent set out on the first page to ensure that the citizens of New Hampshire are protected from illegal robocalls and ensure that the scammers and the telecoms that are enabling them are held accountable for for these actions. So I thank the committee for your time, and I welcome any questions.
So we do have questions if you're willing to entertain them. So Representative Bartlett.
Good morning, Representative Christian. Thank you very much for bringing this bill to us. I know it's a tough year to be able to look at notes from previous years.
Yes.
Wondered if you'd had a chance to look at the bills that have come up previously before this committee and to tell us how different this bill is from the other bills.
So I have to admit, I've not done as much homework as I had hoped to when I initially filed this bill. I was hoping that OLS would contribute that part. I should also mention this is probably like only my second bill that I've prime sponsored ever. So please forgive me for any missteps there. But yes, I welcome information about how this would differ from other things that have come up in the past.
So further question, you may inquire.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to put you on the spot because I do understand what you're saying. I mean, one of the things that we struggled with in this committee is how does this bill, I mean, there's going to be a lot of other testimony behind you, but how does this bill address out-of-state companies? The fact that spoofing goes on constantly. I mean, it's like if they find it in one call, all they have to do is disconnect that and start something else. The technology is very sophisticated to be able to do this. How does this bill address it?
Yeah, so I am aware that there's a lot, happening at the federal level to try and go after, I'd say, things that are initiated from, from overseas. I think the part about making more consumer tools available is in part a good way to address this, so that so that you're getting around the sort of constant technology. If people crowdsource and report the spoof calls and have the tools available to actually block them, hopefully that will discourage things.
Thank you. I know I'm putting you on the spot, and it's a very very sophisticated.
I totally understand that that's a challenge of this, but I hope we can do something.
Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You said that this is based on model legislation implemented in both Arkansas and New York. Do you know of any case law? I guess the New York law just passed in 2019, so maybe it's too soon. If there's any case law on this where the courts have looked at this and brought up any constitutional issues or due process issues?
I don't want to say something that I can't back up. I want to say I saw something about it having held up in court, but I don't want to commit 100% to that. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
And follow up?
Further question, may inquire.
So does this applies only to, again, companies in New Hampshire, so out-of-state robocall companies. I guess my concern is we might be offering a false sense of protection against robocalls when in fact most of the robocalls come from out of state.
So the section, sorry, I gotta scroll down and down here. I mean, the section on sort of strengthening the prosecution doesn't, sorry, it's not meant to be restricted to only calls coming from inside the state. I mean, that was the whole idea, was that it should protect people in the state from calls coming outside, and certainly give the Attorney General more power to escalate cases up outside the state, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if we could just robocall them right back.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Representative Burrows has a question.
Thank you for taking my correct question. It's a two-pronged question. I'll start with the first part. I'm not clear under section 10, part P. It says the department shall adopt rules under RSA 541A. What is the department? I looked at the RSA briefly and I'm not clear which department you're referring to.
I believe the Commerce Department. Actually looking at that yesterday too. I'll get back to you.
Okay.
We can.
We don't have a Commerce Department, but it's okay.
Follow up.
Yes, for the question you may inquire.
Yes, the second part of my question, aside from not knowing what the department is, it talks about all these issues that need to be reported. Do you have it doesn't look like there's been a fiscal note on this. Is that correct?
That is correct. That was not done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative McLeod.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't understand how we could enforce this. I mean, I've got that Social Security call many, many times. I must admit, if I'm driving in my car, I have fun dragging them on for 20 minutes, giving them phony Social Security numbers, and at the end, telling them where to put it. But I mean, how are we going to find that person? I don't think we can. Can we?
So my hope is that testimony that follows me will have more details about the technology that is available. There is some technology available to kind of trace the other ends of these calls to my knowledge. But yes, it is a moving target. I guess the hope is that if we can find some folks and hold them to account, perhaps that will be a deterrent. But yes, obviously this is a challenging issue. Thanks for the question.
Okay, Representative Abel.
Thank you so much for your testimony. My question is, knowing that it's difficult to enforce this or to investigate it and enforce this, nonetheless, is it not true that if we don't have a law in New Hampshire and we are able to identify the source of the call, there would be no way that we could prosecute because we wouldn't have a law? So therefore, is that a reason why one reason why you've submitted this bill?
Yes, I believe that's a good summary of one of the concerns anyway, is that yes, we need to have something at least saying that this is not legal so that we can prosecute it, even if the technical details are challenging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Chair will call on Brandon Garden from the Attorney General's office. And you just have to unmute yourself, Brandon. Yep, there you go. Perfect. Oh, I like that green space you had the last time. Now I see you're in your desk now.
We've switched rooms. Well, good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and Chairman Hunt. Thank you for having me again and giving me the opportunity to testify on this very important issue. For the record, again, my name is Brandon Garrod. I'm the Chief of the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I would like to clarify, having reviewed the bill, specifically defined in this bill and the testimony that I'm about to give, is because the department, as defined by this bill, does refer to the New Hampshire Department of Justice.
Okay.
So I appear before you as a neutral party on this bill. I'd like to first speak to the issue of robocalls, because robocalls are not only a statewide problem in New Hampshire, but a nationwide problem. Not only are they annoying and disruptive, but they're illegal. In many contexts, scammers use robocalls in order to solicit people's hard-earned life savings and really to take advantage of people that are put into an unfortunate and vulnerable position through the use of robocalls. This has been a top priority for Attorney General McDonald, as well as this Bureau in the past several years. Combating robocalls through as much consumer outreach and education, we're admittedly a little bit hamstrung by the pandemic right now and our ability to get out there and spread the information to people, but we have continued to do the best that we can in terms of issuing regular, press releases, constantly, speaking to the media to try to warn people about scams, doing as much consumer outreach as possible, really trying to get the word out about robocalls and about the scams that are out there to give consumers the tools to hopefully protect themselves from becoming a victim of these really terrible, invasive, and illegal calls. Additionally, this office under Attorney General Gordon McDonald has really taken the reins nationally and has worked very closely with a small group of states, including North Carolina, to lead the charge that brought the state's attorneys general and the U.S. telecom companies together to start talking about how we're going to solve this problem. And because the reason it requires the meeting of those two parties is, in order to really solve this problem, which I'll speak to, some of the challenges of doing that in a few minutes, it is going to require a technological fix. The ability to stop the calls from coming in to this country, because as I'll speak to, the majority of these calls are coming from outside the country, and it's going to require U.S. Telecom to take steps to change the way their networks work, to do everything that they can to make sure that they are protecting not only New Hampshire citizens, but United States citizens from these invasive and illegal robocalls. Again, educating consumers is a great way to prevent these that we have the ability to do. The more people know, the more people change it's unfortunate that we have to live in a society where you have to change your habits in terms of how you relate to your phone. But a few small steps, things like not answering the phone if you don't recognize the number, never giving out personal identifying information if you don't know who you're talking to, and absolutely never sending money, whether it's by gift cards, money transfer, credit card number, anything to somebody that you don't know. If we as a society adopted that mentality, it would take away all of the robocallers' power. And if people stop responding to robocalls, eventually robocalls would go away. We like to think we've made some strides in educating people, but it is no small task, and it's not going to be a quick fix. And we look forward to a day where we can get back out into the community in person and educate New Hampshire consumers. But we're doing the best that we can with the tools that we have during the pandemic to do so. So with that being in mind, I appreciate the legislature's effort to attempt to give the state creative new ways to combat robocalls. I think that this issue affects everybody in the state. And, it's one of those rare issues that is completely bipartisan. It is completely universal to everybody that owns a phone, owns an email account, owns anything. This impacts everybody. So I really appreciate that we are thinking about creative solutions to how we address these problems. I would like to share some information with the committee, my experiences with combating robocalls, and express, based on those experiences, some concerns that I have with the way this bill is currently worded. So I believe it was Representative Abel asked the question of, do we need to have a law on the books to give New Hampshire the ability to prosecute those that are making illegal robocalls? It's very important that we do so, and I'm happy to report that we already have that ability under current case law. Both under New Hampshire's Consumer Protection Act, 358A, which incorporates New Hampshire's automatic telephone dialing statute, which is 359E. Currently spoofing any number is a violation of the Consumer Protection Act, which is prosecutable both civilly and criminally in the state. We can take it a step further. The scams that are being referenced, grandparent scam, IRS scam, Social Security scam, any of those, what the callers are doing is providing false information to people in order to get them to turn over their money. And that is just plain simple theft. Under New Hampshire's criminal code, there would be no problem as a prosecutor. If you could identify the person making the call, that would be a very easy theft by deception case to bring. The problem is not with the law. The problem is with identifying the individuals that are making these calls. And we really have done everything possible to try to investigate these and try to hold people accountable. But for a number of reasons that I'll speak to momentarily, unfortunately, it just doesn't work that way because they're not here for the most part. So in order to prosecute a robocaller, somebody's initiating a robocall, the person does not have to be in the state of New Hampshire. So I want to be clear about that. New Hampshire law would give the Attorney General's office or even the county attorney's offices the ability to prosecute a robocaller who is calling New Hampshire citizens, using a robocalling device to come into New Hampshire through a telephonic network and commit fraud or commit theft. We could prosecute those individuals if we could identify them, locate them, and charge them. The problem is that the vast majority of them are located internationally, and we have no jurisdiction to investigate internationally. We certainly don't have the resources to investigate internationally, even if we did. But let me give you a little bit of information on what it actually takes to identify. You go through the process of identifying the source of a robocaller. So as you've noted, as the representative noted, and as the committee knows, everybody gets these multiple times a day, and they look like 603 numbers coming into your phone. It's unfortunately not as simple as that because none of them are actually 603 numbers. They're almost all spoofed numbers that are coming from another state or coming from outside the country. In order to determine that, to determine the true original source of a robocall, we need to use a process which is called the traceback process. And what this is we don't have the ability to do it ourselves. We rely on US Telecom to help us with this process because it's not just as simple as, all right, you look up and find where the origin of the call came from, because when a call is initiated, there are several different, I'll call them hops, jumps that it makes before it reaches its final destination. So it can go from one network to another network to another network. And sometimes there's several different spots along the way before it finally reaches its destination, the victim who sees the number come up on their phone. So in order to figure out where that original call came from, first you have to determine the United States point of entry. So all calls that come from others overseas need to enter through a point of entry in the United States to get onto our networks. So that is the process where a technological fix would really help to completely choke out robocalls that are coming from overseas. If you could implement it, and I know this, everybody wants it quickly, but it's a very complicated issue. The technology, it needs to be developed and implemented at a rate that it's going to be successful. And there have been strides made, but it's just not all the way there yet. The goal is that at that point of entry, once it's gone through several hops, it will be choked out at that point where it tries to enter the United States. But for our purposes, if this bill were to pass in its current form, it would anticipate that the Department of Justice would be investigating and prosecuting every robocall that comes into the state of New Hampshire. In order to do that, on each call, we would need to take that original caller, the call that came into the consumer, the date, the time, the number that came in, and the consumer's caller information, and provide that to US Telecom within 10 days of that call being received, because after that, the data is gone. US Telecom then has to do a traceback process, which step by step goes through each one of those hops that call took and traces it all the way back to the original source of the call. This is a very manual, labor and time consuming process that can be done and has been done in several instances. But the problem is that even once it's all the way done, assuming that you're able to get all that process, because any loss in the chain of hops, if the information is lost at a certain point, that breaks the chain and you can't get all the way back to the original caller. But assuming that you can, what it will provide you with is a physical location that is often in another country, without providing any identifying information for an individual that made the call or a company that made the call that could be subject to an attorney general's investigation and prosecution. When we have tried to trace scam calls back ourselves internally, we've tried to do it through subpoenaing IP addresses. And it takes, we issue a subpoena, it's often a month before we get a result. And then the result that we are able to identify is the country of origin. And that's where our investigative train stops at that point. So we can identify generally what region of the globe they are coming from. We do not have the ability currently to identify. I mean, if they were coming from within New Hampshire, we would have the ability and we would be able to do this under the current tools that we have. Throughout the history of this traceback process, because we have an assistant attorney general in this bureau that sits on a regular robocall working group with members of attorneys general from all over the country who talk about, these tracebacks. Where are the calls coming from? Where can we identify within the United States? And there have been sources of calls identified in a few states, Texas, Arizona, I believe North Carolina. 0 have originated from New Hampshire, which is great. I mean, that's what we want to hear. We hope that these, scammers are not physically in our state. It would be great to be able to investigate, prosecute, and shut them down. But, similar to, what we've heard before, even if we have the ability to do that, you arrest, you prosecute, somebody else just takes their place. This is not a problem that is going to be able to solve by picking off individuals and, prosecuting them. It's a problem that needs to be solved technologically. And that's not to say that we shouldn't be doing anything, because if any of these individuals are ever identified as originating in the state of New Hampshire or making calls in a neighboring state where we have the ability to investigate, this office is committed to a full investigation and prosecution based on whatever our resources allow us to do. We would love nothing more than to be able to identify and prosecute these individuals. The problem is they just are not in this country or in any states where we have a realistic ability to go in and investigate. So with all of that in mind, I feel that I regularly come before you when I talk about resources. But, again, I would like to talk about the resources of the Consumer Protection Bureau. We do a lot of work on very limited resources. And as a result of that, I never want to say that our resources are maxed, because I want to be honest. I think we could always do a little more, and we try to do as much as possible, but our resources are very close to being stretched as thin as they can possibly go. If this were enacted and the legislature decided we want the Attorney General's office to begin regularly investigating and prosecuting all of the robocalls in the state of New Hampshire, as well as engaging in rulemaking for telecom companies, and also making an annual report about what we've been finding throughout the year, every robocall in the state of New Hampshire, it would require realistically, I just want to give you my assessment of what it would take, is the creation of an entirely new unit within the Attorney General's office that could focus only on combating robocalls, that would at a minimum need to be staffed by a full-time attorney, probably more than one full-time attorney, but at a minimum, a full-time attorney, a full-time paralegal, and a full-time investigator. And I want to be, perfectly honest, in the event that the legislature makes it a priority to combat robocalls and to give the Department of Justice those resources to do just that, I don't anticipate, based on all the information that I just explained to you, that investment would yield many results. I think that what you would see at the end of the year is a report that said we've engaged in numerous robocall investigations, and they either are inconclusive as to where the call came from because we couldn't complete the traceback process in time, or they originated overseas and we lack the jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute. So that's my assessment. I really want to emphasize that I think it's great that we are thinking about new ways to combat robocalls. It's excellent that this is on the forefront of everybody's mind, because everybody, including me and everybody at the DOJ, is, like everybody else in the state, fed up with robocalls and ready for a solution to this problem. This proposed solution, I don't think would ultimately be the most effective one, but is currently not a realistic one based on the current resources and makeup of the Consumer Protection Bureau at the Department of Justice. So I thank you very much for your time and your consideration of these issues. I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Well, we do have plenty of questions. Representative Burrows is first.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. You said that this is likely a if I can say it, technological fix. And so here's my question. I have an app called VMail, and it screens out about 90% of the robocalls. So if the technology exists, why can't US Telecom, why can't they implement something like UMail that would save a lot of heartache for consumers in New Hampshire and beyond?
So I'm not aware of that current technology, so I can't speak to the complexity of it or the ability of telecom to implement it on a mass market like that. I'm just not familiar with that technology or what it would take. So unfortunately, that's a question that I think would be more appropriate for the telecom companies, and I don't know that I have the ability to answer it.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Representative Herbert.
Okay, I thank you for your presentation. That was, I came away thoroughly believing that there's no way the Attorney General's office here in the state of New Hampshire is going to wrap this up. I also, I think I have Xfinity, but all of a sudden in the last month, nobody called me, but they you get a number and it says right next to it is basically, they think it's spam or some sort of, fake. And I didn't do anything. I didn't do an app. I think it's just been put into my system in Xfinity. And I don't know how, some of them still get through, but I would say just as, you just heard, I haven't heard of that app, but I know I have one just like it, and it's on my system. And I would say 4 out of 5, whatever the calls were, get marked. And so I think that's where the solution is going to come from. And I agree with who was talking, Burrows, was it?
So what's your question, Chris?
I said, do you know? Well, I'm saying, would you believe there is a solution here, and it's already being applied? And that's it. I mean, I liked your presentation. It was nice. I get your enthusiasm, but it was, I think it's going to have to come from the telecommunications, the major companies, not us.
Would you believe, so you don't have to answer that one.
Would you believe?
Yes. Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Isn't it the fact that part of the reason for making something illegal is so that if somebody has a cause of action, if somebody sues, for example, in another state or in international tort case, that they're able to pursue punitive damages based on the fact that the harm caused is not just caused by the actions of the person that you're suing, but based on evidence that they've also violated some law in the process. In other words, passing this, you're saying it'd be difficult to go after a lot of interstate and international cases, but wouldn't this also help, or wouldn't this bill at least help people who are trying to pursue this in a civil case?
So I don't practice, we do have civil law enforcement authority here in the Department of Justice, but I'm not a civil practitioner by practice. I don't practice private civil law, so I can't speak too much to that. What I can say is to reiterate that to the extent actually having a law that makes robocalls illegal is the concern, we already have those laws in place. Robocalls that use any form of spoofing or manipulation are currently illegal in the state of New Hampshire. Any call, whether it's a robocall or a manual call that presents a consumer with false information in an attempt to trick them into giving over money or personal information, is theft in the state of New Hampshire, and is also, to the extent it's done in commerce, could be an unfair, deceptive act or practice under the Consumer Protection Act. So we have diverse laws that are currently in effect that in my opinion, make all aspects of robocalling illegal unless they register. First, you want to do robocalls in the state, you have to register with the Consumer Protection Bureau. You have to pay an annual fee, and you have to use it for a legitimate purpose. As long as you're doing that, robocalls are fine. But any robocalls that occur in the state of New Hampshire that manipulate, trick the person into answering the phone based on where the call is coming from, do any sort of spoofing, or have any sort of fraudulent intent, are already illegal in the state.
Follow up?
Further question may inquire.
Aren't there other cases that, I guess I'm sounding argumentative. Aren't there other cases that that are robocalls that may be international, that aren't spoofing, that aren't phishing, that aren't getting at your personal information or getting at your money, but they could still be either borderline harassment where the harm caused may trigger a civil case, but it doesn't yet rise to the level of criminal prosecution, where it's still a series of robocalls where they're calling you, same companies calling you from out of state over and over again, and you want to take them to court to enjoin them from doing it. And
So
maybe damages.
If the company is not registered with the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau, then that is an unfair and deceptive act or practice in the state. If they are registered and they're abusing, they're engaging in, aggressive robocalling for a, legitimate purpose, that could potentially be an unfair or deceptive act or practice, depending on how often it happens and what tactics they're using in calls. The point is that there are already laws that define when somebody can do a robocall in the state, and as long as you're complying with them, it's not currently a violation. But any attempt to use the robocall, for a harassing or a fraudulent purpose is already against the laws of the state of New Hampshire. I can't speak to what you would have to prove in a civil case because I'm just not sure. Other than, consumers can bring a private right of action if they believe there's been a violation of the Consumer Protection Act. And so if somebody were calling from out of state and hadn't registered and continued to call a New Hampshire consumer, that law is already in effect that would enable them to bring a private right of action. Similarly, if somebody was registered but harassing over and over and over again, calling to the point where the consumer believed that this amount of harassment really, I think it rises to the level of an unfair business practice. I would like to hold this company accountable. They have the tools to do that under the current law.
Yeah, so I hope you get that, Max, because I know I tried to explain it before, but having read it online, I want to reinforce it, that under 358A, the penalties of 358A are A, that the Attorney General's office can go after you, or you have the right of private action and get triple damages. Is that correct, Brent?
Yes.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, great. Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you, sir. I've got a question. I obviously that the Social Security call, the Amazon call, the IRS call are very easy to figure out that they're bogus. But I get a lot of calls from veterans, folks, police, fire department, even political parties asking for money, and I'm suspicious of that. But then again, it's sort of a legitimate cause. On the other hand, do you have any idea whether those tend to be phony as well?
So what I can give you is my general advice that I give to everybody who, has questions about whether a call is legitimate or not, which is that if you receive a call and somebody's asking you for money in any context, unless it's, somebody that, you can confirm, the identity, it's your wife or your wife's family or your brother or something like that, your best friend, and it's a confirmed number and you recognize his voice. Even then you should be suspicious. But unless it's one of those types of persons, you should be highly, highly suspicious if somebody's soliciting any type of money from you over the phone. But to the extent that you feel, we'll use a police association, because I actually got one of these calls on my way into work. I violated my own rule, which is never answer your phone if you don't recognize the number. I was expecting a call from my vet, so I felt that I needed to answer it just in case. but I was driving in and it was a call that said, this is the Police Officers Association of such and such. To the extent that, you feel, wow, if this is legitimate, I'd really like to contribute. I'd really like to know more about this. Get off the phone and research it yourself. Is any legitimate charity, any legitimate requester of funds should have information out there that allows you as a consumer to make an informed decision about whether it's legitimate or not. And if there's any sort of immediacy, you have to make a decision while you're on the phone, or you have to give right now. There's no reason that any legitimate charity or any legitimate purpose would put that burden on a consumer to make a decision so quickly. You have the ability, an enormous tool at your disposal in the internet to thoroughly research anybody that's asking you for money and to make a call on your own so that you know what number you're calling. You know who's on the other end of the phone to find out the information that you need to know. The point is, you just can't trust anybody. Can say they're anybody on the other end of a call that comes to you. If you take the power and you make the call and you do the research, then you can be certain that you're talking to a legitimate source on the other end.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Further question, may inquire.
So these people would have to be registered, wouldn't they? Could we ask them what's their registration number? One of the things I do is I say, if I think it might be legitimate, I say, look, I don't give my credit card over the phone. If you mail me a request, I'll do something about it. And of course, then they say, well, I'll let you talk to the boss. And of course, they ask you for your credit card again. But sometimes I've actually gotten mail back. So, but it'd be great if there was a registry that we could look at to see if these guys have registered to be a robocaller. Thank you.
So you can always, if in order for it, whether it's a business or it's an individual, if they're legitimate and they are registered to do business in the state of New Hampshire, they should be able to provide you with that information. You can always make an inquiry to this office and say, I've received this call. I asked them, what is the name of the business or what is the name of the individual that registered in the state of New Hampshire that makes this a legal robocall? And we can tell you. I mean, we have a registration. I agree with you. It would probably make more sense if it was published and readily available on our website. Our website is something that we're always striving to improve, and that is a recommendation that I will take very seriously. I think we probably should be publishing it to the public, but currently you have the ability to call the Consumer Protection Hotline if you have any inquiries, and you can ask, and we'll tell you if a business is registered with us or not. And if they're not, it may be something where it makes sense to file a consumer complaint and have us look into it.
Great. Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for some incredible insights. This bill represents, I think, a Herculean effort on the part of representatives looking at an issue that's really been bothersome for most of our constituents. And I applaud that. And I know she mentioned something like $19.7 billion in losses. I mean, it's an incredible problem. Given that this bill may not be the actual tool going forward, waiting for a technological fix, is there anything that we can do legislatively that will help to support your efforts to cut down robocalls and the scams that they may represent?
It's a difficult question. I don't know that I can answer it on the spot today. I didn't come prepared to answer that question. There may be. I mean, I'd be happy to take that question and schedule a meeting to talk about this at some point once I have the opportunity to. I know our Attorney General is in a transition phase right now. We're going to have a new Attorney General soon, who's going to have the ability to set his or her own policies and priorities. But those types of reach outs from the legislature, we welcome that. We would love to have those kinds of discussions and have the ability to prepare and think about, really, is there a it's not going to be a fix, but is there anything that we can do as a state to have better protections for our citizens? We would be happy to be involved in those. I believe, obviously, it would be subject to the decision of a new Attorney General, but I would hope that he or she would be as open to that as Attorney General McDonald has been. And certainly this has been a priority of mine as the Director of the Consumer Protection Bureau. So I will be very
Thank you. I think that's an incredible way for us to network when we see something that isn't quite what we can use today, but maybe there are things that we can do as we work towards something stronger. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Representative Bartlett.
And I applaud Representative Van Houten's thoughts there. One of the things I have to thank you, Attorney Garad, on is coming before us year after year after year, because this bill comes up year after year after year, and the answers are pretty much the same. Do you recommend charitynavigators.org to anybody? We were having a discussion about solicitation from charities.
So I'm not familiar with that website, but what I can say is that if there are any concerns about charities in the state of New Hampshire, the Department of Justice has a charitable trusts unit. That's what they do, is they register and regulate charities within the state of New Hampshire. So any questions about the legitimacy of a charity, you can contact our charitable trust unit here at the Attorney General's office. That's what they do. I'm sure that they would be, and I'm comfortable recommending that you do that instead of relying on the website that you recommended. Might be great. I've never been to it.
I've used it for years. They rate charities, but that's aside from the point of this bill. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You identified that we already have laws in place to prosecute individuals or groups that may be trying to defraud people. I think there really, are you, how do I answer this question? It's very hard. Is it very hard to legislate annoyance? I mean, in many cases, by the time it gets to you, it's a crime. But for a lot of us, this is an annoyance that goes on day after day. Do you have any suggestions on how we can talk to our constituents that this may not be a law that we can practically make, but other than, not picking up the phone, when we're all tempted to pick up the phone, even when we don't know who it is behind it, depending on the day, like you just said, you picked up one on the way home, away to work this morning. Is there anything we can tell our constituents to say, we can't really make a law on this, but this is what you can do?
So I wouldn't say that you can't make a law, because that implies that there's nothing that the law can do to address this. And again, there are already current laws on the books that address this. I think it may be more accurate to say that there is no quick legislative fix that can be enacted that will make a significant impact on this problem. The calls are going to keep coming. But there is a definite correlation, and, given that, I answered a call this morning, I acknowledge the temptation to answer your phone, but there is a definite correlation between how often you answer your phone and how many robocalls you get.
That's very interesting. I wondered that myself. Okay.
Nobody can be certain exactly how it works, but those who frequently answer robocalls seem to be on a list of targets. People that, because unfortunately, it's a full-time job for people that are engaging in these scams. They have made a career out of taking advantage of people, and like any, like marketing, like business, like anything, your target population are those who are most likely to subscribe to your business, in this case, the business of fraud. People that aren't answering the call aren't worth the same amount of calls as people that are answering the calls. So if you're flagged as somebody who is a likely on the phone person, because if they can get you on the phone, they can convince you of anything. If they can't get you on the phone, they have absolutely no power to do anything to you. It's just, as you said, it's an annoyance because your phone is ringing, and it's annoying. I mean, there's no other way to put it. But if you can adjust your practices so that you are not picking up the phone unless you recognize the number, or you're, obviously there's exceptions. If you're expecting a call and you're not sure what the number of the call is going to be coming from, and you feel that it might be an emergency, you have to answer the call. But in any other circumstances, if it's important, they're going to leave a message and you can call them back. And you can even confirm that, whoever it is that might be calling you, if it's somebody spoofing them or pretending to be somebody else, you can look up the number independently and call the number that you know and trust. If you adjust your cell phone use or your home phone use to subscribe to that theory, which is that you don't answer a phone call you don't recognize the number for, you let it go to voicemail. If it's important enough, they'll leave a voicemail. And you don't trust the number on the voicemail necessarily, but you call back, your known number for that person or that business. I think you will see that the number of robocalls that you as an individual get go down. It has worked with me. I have a state issued cell phone here. When I first got it, I got 3 times the amount of calls on my state of New Hampshire issued cell phone that I got on my personal phone. And because I'd love to tell this story, so I'm glad I have the opportunity to tell this story. When I started here at the Attorney General's office, you're a little bit in awe of working for the Department of Justice. It's a big responsibility. We do a lot of work. There are a lot of really great lawyers here, so you really want to do a good job. So they give you the cell phone, and you get all these 271, which is the state extension for calls, and it says Concord, and you're getting these calls all the time. So I feel obligated. What if this is the Attorney General calling me right now? He has something he wants me to work. I have to answer this call. So I was answering these calls. I wasn't important enough at that point. Nobody ever called me. Nobody even knew the number. I was just some peon that had been assigned a random cell phone number. But I kept answering it, and I kept getting these calls. Eventually, I got comfortable enough in my position here that I realized that, if the Attorney General wants to talk to me, he's probably not going to call my cell phone. He's just going to, ask them to come up to his office. Or anybody else here, same thing. So I stopped answering the phone. If I didn't recognize the number, if it wasn't a number that was programmed in my phone, I just did not answer the call. And I barely get any robocalls on that phone anymore.
Well, thank you for your patience. We really appreciate your input again this year.
You're very welcome.
Okay, I got one more hand up. Representative Ham. You were there?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to ask a question as to, I'm one of those that, I answer the phone, and I'm not surprised that it's an out-of-state number or whatever, because of what I do and all the things I do in my life. And you have friends that move to Arizona and keep a New Hampshire number. I answer the phone. And I'm just wondering, I've always thought that there's certain things you can do to at least mitigate the potential harm that may be done to you. And I just wondered if your opinion on, for instance, I've always been told, don't say yes. Oh boy, don't say yes as an answer to the person, because they can take that as a commitment, or ask them some questions, or like someone said, please send me a request in the mail. What do you suggest as things to do to help protect yourself from having signed up for something or expose yourself to some sort of harm?
Well, again, my number one recommendation would be to not answer the phone. If it's your friend from Arizona that's kept a New Hampshire number and they're trying to get in touch with you, they'll leave you a message and ask you to call them back. If you answer the phone, you never know what information you're going to inadvertently give them that will give them the power to take advantage of you in some capacity. However, if you insist on answering the phone and you're going to continue to answer the phone, all you can do is be aware that if you don't recognize the number, there's a very high probability that the person on the other end of the line is a scammer. Anybody that you want to get calls from, that you trust, put them into your cell phone so that it comes up, you can trust that's the person calling. And then if anytime you're getting a call from any number that's not a trusted number in your contacts in your phone, just be suspicious. Be aware that anything you say, may create problems for you down the road. That any information you give, even if it seems harmless at the time, could be part of a bigger scam that is specifically designed to get you to say yes, or to give information that seems harmless at the time but is going to be used against you in ways that you can't even imagine. These scammers are very good at what they do. It's very high tech and it's very complicated, and they've made a whole business out of this. But if you're aware and you're educated about the likelihood that somebody else is trying to scam you, and you either don't answer the phone or you say as little as possible and get off the call as quickly as possible, that's the best thing you can do to protect yourself. But again, I highly recommend taking the time to really use the contacts feature on your phone and put anybody that you expect to get a call from at any point in the future that's a trusted source, put their number into your phone manually, so that when you get a call from that person, you'll know that it's them and you can answer that phone with confidence.
Okay, thank you very much again, Attorney Garrett, and appreciate you help being there for us today. So
happy to do it. Thank you for the time.
Chair will call up Eric Gallagher, who is Representative Gallagher. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Representative Gallagher, and who signed up to speak. Good morning.
Good morning. I am here to testify in support of this bill. So a lot of the discussion so far has been centered on cell phones, which have tools on them to, like the previous testifier was describing, to block stuff, which I do use on my cell phone, but I'd just like to remind people of that there are still people with landlines out there. I live in an apartment building. I represent Concord Ward 6, which is Merrimack County District 15. I live in an apartment building where we're required to have landlines in order to buzz people in at the door when they call up. So on the landline, you don't have the same tools you do on a cell phone to block robocallers, and it's also you can't put it on silence or anything. So you have that buzzer, that ringer going off. So that's like another effect of it. So yeah, I just wanted to remind people of the effect it has on people with landlines, and I support this bill.
Great, fair enough. Do you have any questions from any committee members? Seeing none, we thank you very much. Okay, so now we have some opposition to the bill, and I think I hit the wrong name. Oops. I'm pulling up Maura Weston right now, who did sign up to speak. Good morning, Attorney Weston.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Maura Weston, and I am testifying today on behalf of the New England Cable and Telecommunications Association. I listened to you all this morning, and I want you to know that I'm a solo practitioner based in Concord, New Hampshire. I'm a New Hampshire native, and NECTA is one of the clients who I currently represent. NECTA's members include Atlantic Broadband, Charter, and Comcast, which are some of New Hampshire's leading broadband and communications providers, with over 450,000 customers served in more than 184 communities. Although this bill is very well intended, our comments today are in opposition for two main reasons. First, we believe the bill is unnecessary, given substantial efforts by the FCC, FTC, U.S. Department of Justice, the state's attorneys general, and providers to fight malicious robocalling. Second, the bill has technical flaws, given subjective standards, some confusing definitions, and we believe unintended consequences of perhaps making even routine calls illegal, and also preventing the use of certain privacy features that some consumers find important. We've submitted written testimony for your review and the record, and it outlines in much greater detail the protections that are currently in place and that have been adopted by voice service providers together with state and federal criminal and civil enforcement agencies to combat unwanted solicitations. NECTA members, for example, have worked to develop and deploy advanced robocall mitigation tools. This goes to Representative Herbert's question earlier, where he notes that he gets a spam designation on his phone. Technical standards developed by industry and now required by federal regulators lays the technology groundwork for industry efforts to fight these calls. And Comcast engineers specifically pioneered what's called the STIR/SHAKEN framework, which was certified to the FCC in late 2020 and is now virtually all residential phone calls originating on the Comcast network include this technology, and it is fully integrated with at least 12 voice providers, including AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, and others. Now, what is STIR/SHAKEN? It is a little bit beyond my pay grade, and we do include information about that in our written remarks. But the bottom line is that STIR/SHAKEN digitally validates the handoff of phone calls passing through the complex web of networks, allowing the phone company of the consumer receiving the call to verify that a call is in fact from the number displayed on caller ID. Our written remarks also explain efforts underway at the federal level, including the FCC, the FTC, and the U.S. Department of Justice. For example, in 2019, Congress passed the Telephone Robocall Abuse Criminal Enforcement and Deterrence Act, referred to as TRACED. This is just one effort. Suffice it to say that collective federal interagency collaborations, along with industry partners, have resulted in very important civil actions taken against illegal robocalls. In recent years, the FCC has taken significant enforcement actions totaling over $450 million against telemarketers for apparent illegal caller ID spoofing. That's just one example, and I will reference you to our written remarks for more background on TRACE and legal actions taken at the federal level. And as Attorney Garad pointed out, our industry has worked closely with states' attorneys general. All 50 states and 12 major voice service providers have announced a set of anti-robocall principles that they've agreed to implement or continue to implement for combating illegal and unwanted robocalls. And those principles are also outlined in my written remarks. I won't take your time to go through those. We acknowledge that there remain an unacceptable number of illegal robocalls, but there are robust ongoing efforts, as I've explained, at the federal level and the state level and with industry to mitigate these calls. To my second point, we believe that there are some significant technical flaws in the bill. First, the bill really imposes subjective standards. It uses an unwanted standard for IDing robocalls, and I could walk you through some of the technical issues. Again, I won't take your time, but those subjective standards make this law difficult to comply with, difficult to enforce, etc. Further, the bill substantially rewrites existing law related to the do not call list. And we believe that this diminishes the focus on malicious robocalls, confuses consumers, and potentially criminalizes legitimate commercial activity. In fact, some of the definitions are just, they're not consistent with current New Hampshire law. Or for example, there's a definition of telephone corporation, which is not currently a defined or recognized term under New Hampshire law. Lastly, we think that there are significant unintended consequences I have mentioned that this could potentially make routine calls illegal. And also, many consumers like to use privacy settings on their phones, whether it's for health reasons, family, domestic issues. And so we think that this bill would actually prohibit the use of that call blocking technology. So for all of these reasons, we believe that this law is unnecessary. We urge you to recommend it inexpedient to legislate. And in general, creating a patchwork of state robocall rules would be costly, create unnecessary burdens, and not necessarily protect the consumers who we all value. So with that, I thank you for your time. I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, I guess they're pretty questioned out, I guess, with the Attorney General.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look over the attendees list, or anybody else would like to speak on this bill. I would, Representative Bartlett, do you remember Elizabeth Hager? Liz Hager, the Representative Hager?
Of course.
So Liz Hager, it's been a while since she's been around. I think she's like the last Republican that came out of Concord, but
yeah, I think you're right.
but, she actually put in legislation dealing with the unions of the fire department. As you get those fire calls and police associations, those associations. And it's her legislation that did require them to register with the Attorney General's office. And that's been on the books, so like I say, for a long time. So those all those organizations, when you get a call, you say, why are these people calling me? I'm on the do not call list. But as you probably know, nonprofits are exempt
Right.
from the do not call list. So
That's interesting because, of course, she was mayor of Concord too.
that's right. I forgot that she was a mayor. And so that we do have that statute, and the Tom Donovan, because he did mention the Charitable Trust Division. They actually did at one point in time put a list together of all these organizations that were doing fundraising, for phone call fundraising type things. And they were interested in how much money actually went to the charity itself.
Yeah.
And it turned out that some of them was like 10%. It was really, it was horrible.
Well, that's what Charity Navigators helps you with. It tells you how much goes. It's charitynavigator.org, and it's a nonprofit that rates charities.
Exactly. And so I would like to be sure everybody knows that when you get a Firemen's Association plea, because I thought it was a little weird, because I know my little podunk town, we don't, our fire department is not unionized, so why would I be giving to a Firemen's Association? But they are going to be registered in the state, so they are registered. But even when we get to the question of charitables, and you're asking about how do you know charitable? So any charity that's in New Hampshire, if anyone who wants to, is a 501c or a charitable trust, still has to register with the Secretary of State's office.
Right.
So anytime you have an organization, you're kind of worried about who they are, or they're fuzzy, and when do they really exist, or at least like there's a direct phone number, contact information. Actually, you wouldn't go to the AG's office. You would go to the Secretary of State's office and look at the business lookup. And you can then type in that name, and you can find that charity, and you can find out who the treasurer president is and some contact information.
Right.
So I highly recommend using that as a resource.
For so many of us that are on so many nonprofit boards, we know that there's a charge, and we have to make sure that our treasurer remembers to renew the registration every few years.
$50. Yes, they have to do it. So, but at least it gives instead of asking the AG's office, which clearly they're overworked and underpaid.
Clearly.
Yeah, to ask
but
them.
I have to tell you that, that AG, that attorney, Garrett is so patient.
Yeah.
Because they get the same questions year after year after year on this bill. And he's very good at coming prepared, which is wonderful for us.
I would have to say that he very well prepared on this issue.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take anything away from the previous people who have been at that job, but
but
he did do his homework and really did a great presentation. So Okay, so otherwise we're all set for this morning, and we have our last two bills for hearings this afternoon, starting at 1:30. So
Oh, we're going to get plenty of
everyone's
plenty of
got lots
testimony on this
time
one.
to go skiing and shoveling or whatever activities you still want to do. But it looks like the sun is shining, so it's a good excuse to get outdoors.
I am going to be introducing the right to repair for Representative Luno because he's got a conflict this
Okay.
afternoon.
Okay.
And it's a different right to repair bill this year, fortunately.
I would say it's a very limited one. It's a little more narrower.
Yes, well, hopefully that'll narrow down the number of people testifying too.
Right, but at least you won't have Apple Computer. to kick in.
Hours and hours. Okay, have a good lunch, everybody.
Okay,
I'm
bye-bye.
trying not to stick my foot in my mouth this year.
Yes, right.
Good luck.
Good.
Hey, John.
Hello. Sorry. Hi, Pam. Sorry, I had on my emails.
Oh, sure. Okay.
So I had to
Never know what somebody's doing.
multitasking. Yeah.
You just looked like you were kind of staring at the screen, and you were.
Multitasking.
Good thing.
Yeah. So it looks like a lot of people want to regulate dog
We're muted.
trainer, dog, what do I call it? Dog?
Are we muted?
No, no, you're
Nope.
not,
Oh,
you're controlling.
You're not, you can't hear me.
Hmm.
What a shame.
We can hear each other.
We can hear you and I can hear her. We can
Right.
hear you. We can hear you, Christy, but
You can't hear us saying that, though.
can't hear. And she's not muted. I'd go out and come back in, but you can't hear us, right?
Right.
So, yeah, bye-bye. Start again.
I'll email her.
Yeah, or text her.
Christy, did I give you enough information?
She's evidently her microphone or speaker's not working properly.
Oh, okay.
I just sent her an email suggested going out and back in.
Right.
Said we can all hear each other.
Because we can hear each other, yeah. So
Right.
Obviously her.
Something's.
Who's her internet provider?
I don't know.
Upgrade her Wi-Fi.
I'm gonna stop my video, but I'm still around.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm surprised to see so many bills that we've already heard before.
Yeah. What I always think is, I try to emphasize to people when they want to put a bill in, the first thing to do is contact look up the committee that the bill would go to, and look on that committee for somebody you know. Don't have to call necessarily the chairman, but call somebody and get the dope and what's the story of why this bill, why it is.
Yeah, because it just seems sad that the same people have to come and testify year after year on the same bill. I mean, it seems like a waste of time for people.
Yeah.
Got it.
But then again, there's some people who want mandatory auto insurance and will keep coming back.
I didn't bring it up.
Right.
But I will keep reporting it.
I'm very surprised that you support raising the limits, because that's really going to make it unaffordable for people who have sketchy driving. I mean, maybe they don't have an SR22, but let's just say they have some underwriting criteria issues, and now that if we raise those limits, they won't be able to afford it, and then you'll have less people with insurance. I'm just shocked, Christy. I'm just shocked that you.
I know, it's important that I shock you occasionally.
John, if somebody keeps bringing the same bill in every single year, just turn it into a study committee, an ongoing study committee, and put them on it.
A chapter study. No, they might like that. No, no.
They
might want that. They might think this is great. I got an excuse to go in. Right. No,
I always thought there should be.
I just wish people would call somebody on that committee that when they're putting in a bill in and get the dope on it,
Yeah, at least get the history of what was said previously and what the determinations were and everything. It's not like that isn't available.
Right.
I sent her a long email. It's a rookie issue. And she said, thanks for being patient. She thought OLS took care of things like this. She really didn't know how to bring a bill.
Yeah, maybe we could talk to OLS regarding these bills that come back every year or every 2 years. you know, to inform the representatives that may be wanting to put in the same bill. Maybe it could be flagged. I don't know.
No, that's
Well,
not true.
I don't think it's their job to discourage
exactly.
sponsors from bringing
Yeah,
bills.
No, but it would be helpful if they at least told them that there had been a bill so they can go look up the records and the testimony and everything and see what the objections were. And you know what I mean? They would be better prepared. They'd write a better bill.
But that's what the sponsor should do.
But the
It's not a
sponsor
well-
should do their homework. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I
just
don't
think
see
it's
that
called
happening.
somebody on the committee, but you know, I tell people all the time, please call me in any issue that coming through commerce, please call me.
Exactly. And that's what I said too I tried to be gentle, but I also told her that it wasn't up to OLS to do the research regarding the history of the bill. It was really up to the sponsor to look it up. And I know that it's difficult. The LOB is not open and all that, but when you sponsor a bill, you usually go into the old files.
Right. Well,
But it was a wasted morning.
Well, I'm so glad you think so.
You didn't think I was going to take a different position on that, did you?
I don't know. Let's see which one. Maybe
You don't know till you
yeah,
don't.
no,
you know
yeah,
till you
yeah,
know.
no, they were all. Yeah, well, having the two sponsors not show up, that didn't help.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's bad form for sure.
Let me. Go. Okay, so it's 1:30 and the sponsor is here, so I will introduce Representative Magori to testify in support of his bill. Good afternoon, Representative. He's unmuted himself. Representative Magori, you there? I heard that whistle.
The J.
I see the J and it's unmuted. This has been a tough day for our sponsors. And that's why he's got an army of people in support of him.
131. He knows we're here.
Well, he's got to be there unless he walked out of the room.
Yeah.
Saw us gibber gabbering and
This bill was in Environment and Agriculture last year, or this comes from Environment and Agriculture. And Representative Gord, who's the co-sponsor, was the chair of that committee last year. So I know a little bit about companion animal groomers.
Yeah, I thought it would go to ENA. I was surprised that we got it. Do you have an explanation for that, Mr. Chair?
I always thought that people send bills to Commerce so we can kill them. I don't know.
Well, that dog bill for dogs in restaurants bill has come up again, but it didn't come to us this year.
I saw that it did. Well, no, I thought it was over on the Senate side.
Sorry?
I thought the bill was on the Senate side.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Maybe we'll get it later.
Don't hold your breath.
Grade us.
I'm sorry, we're back, and I said
24 to 0.
They passed it, and I said to him, I said,
I don't think they did their homework. I will pull the files.
Where would be the people who are opposed to it are the people who have service dogs.
Right.
Yeah. They came
Right.
in and said it's distracting to regular dogs. So
That's dangerous for them. I've got my notes from last year. I pulled the files on those. There's a lot of reasons why we don't want dogs in restaurants.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with you on that. It's outdoors. The service dogs can stay inside. They don't need to go outside. I don't know. Come on. It's okay.
This is COVID.
No, I'm post-COVID. I'm sorry.
I'm not going out to restaurants, period.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Who's going to restaurants? So
I guess we're not getting anywhere here.
And he signed up twice too. All right. Let's see. I have.
Can't be too serious about it if he doesn't show up.
He's there. He's obviously there. He just needs to reboot himself or something.
Oh, he's gone.
Whoop, he's gone.
Now he's rebooting himself. He heard me. Good. Okay.
Yep,
There he
he's
is.
gone.
There he is. Okay, so now I could barely hear you. Want to talk louder? Let me see if I can hear you. No, I cannot hear you. So it's not that you're muted. I don't know if your microphone is not picking up. What are you using for a microphone?
That's what I had done. I had turned off my microphone on my computer.
Can you? Oh, really? You can do that?
Oh, yeah. Just the icon down at the bottom.
But isn't that the mute button?
No, no, that's your microphone.
So you must be is that PCs? Because I don't have that on my.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have that on my Mac. I can't do that. Steve
And we
Jobs
can't,
was
there's
very
no
determined
chat, so we can't tell him what to do.
Right. We cannot hear you. We can't hear you. And I will not translate what I think you just said.
He should probably phone in to speak.
Yeah. So what you do is stay where you are. Just get your cell phone and phone in if you have the.
I'm writing him a note.
Yeah, he got it. He can hear us. He can hear us.
No, he can't hear us if he's turned off his mic.
No, I was.
Speakers
that would be
are on.
turned
His
off
mic
his
is off.
speakers. That would be.
There he is.
See, he did hear us. I'm telling you. Okay, stand by. Okay. Oh, good old Murphy's Law. What can go wrong? Will go wrong. You got the right phone number? You're squinting.
He's trying to just use his phone, isn't he, to try to call
Yeah,
in?
he's still online, but he can hear us, but he's got his phone. He's trying to call in. Okay, it's getting in. Getting more.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, we can. Great.
I am so very sorry for all of that confusion. I don't know what's happened.
That's all right.
But we seem to have a problem here in Northampton with a couple of people. So again, I apologize for causing such a delay.
No problem.
Great. So members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee, I am Jim Majori, representing Rockingham District 22, the town of Northampton. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce House Bill 92, a bill to establish a committee to study best practices for companion animal groomers. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on this bill. This pet groomers bill was first introduced in 2019 to the Environment and Agriculture Committee as HB 376. It was introduced to create a commission to study best practices for animal groomers. The bill was retained in committee. An amendment bill replaced the commission with a committee. The committee vote on the amended bill was 17-1 ought to pass. HB 376 as amended passed on a voice vote on the consent calendar in January of 2020 and was referred to the executive departments and administration in the other body. Were it not for the pandemic, which sent so many bills to the table, HB 376 most likely, as amended, most likely would have passed in the other body and finally been enacted. Before you today is House Bill 376 as amended, reintroduced as House Bill 92, and I again urge you to move ought to pass on this bill. Animal groomers in the state of New Hampshire are not required to have a license. They are not regulated. There is no governing body to oversee the industry. There are certifications for the safety of professional groomers and the pets in their care, and numerous regional and national associations offering educational opportunities for groomers. But to date, we lack a standard of care for measures of accountability for either the professional groomer or their clients. Several states, including Texas, New York, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, have attempted to create either a registration or licensing program for pet groomers. No states, though, currently require licensure for pet groomers. New Hampshire does have, though, a board for barbering, cosmetology, and aesthetics to, and I quote, protect the public health, safety, and welfare by regulating the practices of professional barbers, cosmetologists, estheticians, manicurists, and tanning, and, end quote, and, in quotes, qualifies and licenses individuals and businesses, establishes and enforces administrative rules and laws, and provides information so that the public can make informed decisions, end quote. If professional pet groomers inspect animals for skin irritations, swelling, cuts, hot spots, parasites, dental conditions, and dirty anal glands, as well as groom different breeds of dogs according to their hair types, assess the behavior and health conditions of each different animal, groom large and small animals alike without injuring themselves or the animals, and recognize when health conditions should be treated by a veterinarian, I hope the members of the Commerce Committee will see the benefit in setting a small committee to task on investigating standards of care and measures of accountability for professional pet groomers. Today, you are going to hear testimony from Joanne Schwope about her golden retriever, Teddy. Teddy's tragedy is one in a line of many, many tragedies across the country exactly like his. Teddy was entrusted with a local groomer. Teddy passed away while in the groomer's care. Teddy's owners and the groomer find themselves at odds over the health and well-being of the pet prior to grooming. The groomer and the client find themselves locked in a legal battle over the responsibility for the pet's death. Ultimately, no one is held accountable. Result? The loss of a beloved member of the family, loss of professional credibility and business, and no resolution. The study of the interconnection between pet health, client responsibility, and professional accountability is a critical goal for the committee to study. So again, I respectfully ask the members of the Commerce and Consumer Affairs Committee vote off to pass on House Bill 92. I thank you for your time. I will be happy to take questions. And again, apologize for the inconvenience that I caused at the beginning of the meeting.
No problem at all. So we do have some questions. First up is Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I did find a story, cat mysteriously died at pet groomers, got cremated without permission from 2015. And I guess they're in the news, one of these cases a year gets reported. But my question, or I guess my concern is, why aren't there any pet groomers or would there be any pet groomers included in the study commission?
Very good question. Thank you for the question, Representative Abramson. When the bill first came out, I think the intention was to have a larger commission, and pet groomers, Pet Groomer Association, the various associations that exist might have been included there. However, the amendment to this refined this down from the commission to a committee so that it would be members of the House investigating this. I think that those professionals might be included in, should this bill pass, would be invited to participate in the hearings and discussions, but they are not specifically assigned to the committee.
Follow up?
Further question, may inquire?
I'm sorry, this isn't quite related to my first question, but usually what we find is that licensing and certification almost always starts out privately and then sometimes moves on to state licensing. Would this committee be free to consider promoting private licensing?
I would hope that they would. Oh, again, I'm sorry. I thank you for the second question. I think that would be something that certainly would be in their purview. And I think, Representative, you and I might agree that smaller government is good government. And so I would welcome something that creates that kind of accountability, but maybe we don't need another layer of government. Maybe we don't need another a board or a commission to look at this, but to look at the entire package in its entirety, so that everyone has some level of protection and confidence. I would hope that they would look at all possibilities.
All right, thank you very much, and it's good to
see you.
Okay,
good to see you too.
Next up is Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I've got two questions. One is, if there's already a private certification, Can you tell me what that involves?
I can. I think there was one speaker coming up after me who can get it into more detail, but the certifications would require that you go to classroom training. I say classroom it might be a little bit different now that we're doing it on Zoom, but you need that specific training in the various types of conditions that you're looking for on dogs, the various types of hair and skin types on dogs. Some have fur, some have hair. So you go through understanding the differences in the breeds. You go through the different cuts that are available. You go through this process for this certification. Once you are certified, I do understand that you can go to become a master groomer, which is fairly expensive and very, very rigorous. But doesn't give you this any type of additional licensure. It would just be that extra level that you're going for, that extra expertise that you are getting. And I apologize that I can't speak to it specifically. It's not my area of expertise. But I think we can ask one of the next speakers to expand upon that. And I'm sorry that I'm kind of speaking on the surface or answering your question superficially.
Okay, could I ask a follow-up?
Further question, me inquire.
Thanks very much. So as Representative Abramson just said, if private certification, if you will, could take the place of state licensing, would that be acceptable to you?
Thank you again for the question. I'm not sure I said thank you the first time, so I'll thank you twice. I would like the committee to look at that, to really understand that, because one of the concerns that I would have is a consistency. For instance, if organization A offers a certificate, but an organization B offers also a certificate in the state of New Hampshire, is that the same certificate? Are you getting the same training? Is there the same accountability available? And not, I shouldn't just leave this at the pet, the groomer, and the client, but is the facility that they're in also held to the same standard? Do they need to have MSDS forms available? Does it pass hopefully it would pass all local and state inspections, but I would want to make sure that there's a consistency. I would hope that they would look for a consistency so that again, we create that accountability that's universal throughout the state. And I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Bealow has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do the animal groomers want this committee established?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And I think that's an excellent question. And one of the, I do have testimony from an owner of a shop down here where actually, unfortunately, Teddy passed away. Her name is Nancy Massett, and she owns Incognito Pet Groomers. She is one of, I believe, many groomers who would like to have this. And here's the other point, which I think is very, very important. And when this animal, when Teddy passed away, when Teddy Schroepie passed away, we were the owner and the groomer were faced with the conundrum: who's responsible? So the groomers want this also because what we have, instead of it's a he said, she said, we have a standard. Did the dog come in exhausted and therefore was at risk, and not the groomer's fault for passing away? So to create, again, I apologize for harping on the word, but I think it's so important to create the accountability on both sides, that it's mutual. So I do believe that the groomers want this for their own protection, even if it comes at the cost of a license, which may be, I venture to guess, maybe a couple $100s. And every penny that we spend is important. But I think that kind of guarantees or accountability would be valuable. I hope I've answered your question.
And
brevity is not my strong point.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. Do we have, or have you supplied us with documentation indicating the range and magnitude and number of the problems that are prompting you to support this bill?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. And statistics are extremely important. And I could not find, and I would welcome this from anybody who can offer it, including some of the other folks who might testify after me, those statistics which say X number of pets die annually for these reasons. Now, I can say, having spoken with this owner who I've named, Nancy Mansett, she said that in the state, 7 to 8 dogs have passed away. I think I have that number right. 7 to 8 dogs do pass away annually for any number of reasons while they're in while they're in a groomer's care. Now, I would venture to say, is that, and with all due respect to all of us who have pets, is that statistically, is that within a statistically acceptable range? Is that just what happens sometimes? Is that abnormal or normal? So I apologize that I can't give you the statistics that we would both want, but I would hope that the committee then would also be able to get those statistics, or at least be able to answer the question.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Okay. Having no more questions, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, everyone, and I will try to mute myself.
I think you've already done that. Yes, you just hang up.
I've done that.
Okay, so the chair will call on Joanne Schwab, and all you have to do is unmute yourself, Joanne. You're still muted.
Okay.
There you go.
You hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you so much. Technical problems here in Northampton, but I'm thankfully was able to get in finally. Thank you all so much for your time today. I would be happy to present my testimony. It's not a happy story, but I think it's necessary to talk about, and I appreciate all of you being here today. I live in Northampton, as I said, and I'd really also like to thank Representative Majori for bringing this bill back to the table, along with all the other past and present sponsors of the bill. My family, which includes my husband and our 2 daughters, lost our beloved 5-year-old golden retriever, Teddy, in June of 2018. He died while in the care of a Hampton groomer. She left him in an unsafe situation inside a drying cage with a noose around his neck. He most likely died of heat stroke based on the necropsy findings. And according to the groomer's statement to the vet, she made a gesture indicating he may have hung himself. My thought has been that he might have been struggling to get out of an awful situation. And the thought of Teddy suffering is heartbreaking and has haunted me. The groomer said she left the building for a period of 12 or so minutes to pick up her lunch. There were other dogs in her care when I dropped Teddy off in the morning. She worked alone, meaning that she left all of them unattended as well. When she returned, Teddy was dead. She enlisted the help of her landlord to take Teddy's body to a nearby vet, asking them to keep him in a refrigerator until the owner could be notified. She could not tell them how old he was, who his owner was, or give them a phone number because she said she did not have that information. I had been to this groomer one other time just a few months prior, in April of 2018, so I had no reason to believe that she would not have my emergency contact information. I went to pick Teddy up at the agreed upon time, only to meet her in the parking lot as she was returning from the vet. She told me Teddy had died. He had arrived there a healthy, vibrant dog that morning. My own vet was horrified by Teddy's death and took it upon herself to visit the groomer's site with her manager the next day. The groomer was on her computer at her front desk when they walked in, with a dog on a table behind her, unsupervised. It had a noose around its neck. She would not let my vet see where Teddy was kept when he died. My vet also said the groomer seemed indifferent and unapologetic. Because the police eventually became involved, the media was notified and took a special interest in Teddy's story. The police and I received numerous calls from individuals with their own stories of neglect by this groomer. It was the media interest which was a blessing, and it created a tremendous amount of awareness in the community. Within days of Teddy's death, I had done some research and found out that groomers do not need to be licensed in New Hampshire. I was shocked and in disbelief. I also was unaware that drying cages existed. My impression had always been one from watching dog shows on TV where groomers use hair dryers to dry their dogs. As Teddy's mom, I became extremely regretful I did not know any of this. As I began talking about this with friends, neighbors, and complete strangers that called me to express their sympathy, I learned that most people were as dumbfounded as I was. After being contacted by several sympathetic strangers and groomers, I began my research to get answers and to see if there could be a path towards creating some sort of industry standards and accountability. My reasons for supporting this bill run deep. My family's hearts were broken from our loss. I would not wish that kind of suffering upon anyone. I have learned about numerous pet deaths throughout the country, caused by unsafe or neglectful circumstances while in a groomer's care. I do believe there are many responsible groomers out there, but one unnecessary death is too many, and 7 to 8 is worse, not to mention countless injuries sustained by pets during the grooming process when proper care is not administered. Also of importance is proper sanitation, without which various parasitic infections and diseases may spread. If there had been some sort of registry where the many complaints against this groomer could have been documented, Teddy might still be with us. We need to find a way to establish what should be considered best practices for companion animal groomers to try and prevent any future accidents or deaths. With a lack of regulation, there are no training standards to keep pet groomers accountable. As a native of New Hampshire, I fully support our live free or die ideology and understand that sometimes things can be overregulated. That is not our way, but we do need to protect animals' rights. I believe this study would be a very thoughtful way to gain clarity and establish practices and protocol that will help ensure the safety of our pets. They have no say in what happens to them or where they are brought for care. Our laws protecting our pets have not evolved with society, and I believe most people that have pets would qualify them as family members, not personal property as the law currently states. This will also help groomers and ultimately protect them as well. We should have a minimum set of standards much the same as hairdressers do. As one of our New Hampshire chiefs of police said at a meeting that I attended that same year, which was the Governor's Commission on the Humane Treatment of Animals, he said, rules and regulations help the industry by making it more professional, while also protecting the business when something bad happens. I could not agree more. Safety standards and methods can prevent accidents and deaths. This study is so important to our pets, and I fully support it, and I ask for your support today. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, sorry about that. Again, muting Mike because my dog was barking. So I'm very sorry about your loss.
Thank you.
Representative Bartlett has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming before us and telling us about your story. Oh gosh, my husband's on another Zoom too. I'm sorry. Why don't you let somebody else go while I get rid of this?
Representative McAleer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Shu, you said something about a drying cage.
Yes.
What the heck is that? Can you describe it?
Well, I didn't know what it was either, so I had to Google it. And I did get some pictures from the groomer that Jim referenced, Representative Majori, sorry, referenced Nancy Massett from what actually the actual equipment that was used on Teddy, because we were not allowed to see it. And they come in various forms. You can have it's basically like a dog crate with, and they put a dryer outside and point it at the dog to, just to speed up the drying process. In Teddy's case, he was in what looked more like an airline crate, which is, it's got more of the hard plastic, which to me looked like an oven, honestly. I feel like he was cooked in an oven, and that's horrifying to me. But I don't know all of the different models that are out there, but it is something that I feel should be banned. After that, after seeing all of these stories that unfortunately, I Googled a lot of this after his death to find out, just different things that have happened. And that's a very common occurrence, unfortunately. So as far as, as how many different types and styles, I can't answer that. Nancy might have a better feel for that, but I don't think she's able to speak with us today.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you. I apologize. My husband's a AARP tax aid volunteer, and he's downstairs on one Zoom, and I'm upstairs on this one. Have you been able to talk to the Department of Ag and ask what their position might be? It's not really just on the study committee, but what they might have to say regarding pet grooming, because they do care about pets.
You're asking me, correct?
I am.
Yes, I haven't spoken again to the committee, but when we did speak with the committee, they became quite concerned when the idea of these zoonotic diseases being spread came up. That seemed to really pique their interest, and feel that there was a need to really look into this for that reason. If these groomers don't have any kind of sanitation guidelines, my understanding is, and there's in Nancy's testimony, which I think Jim is going to read, there's a lot of references to all the different things that can happen. So from that standpoint, I think they were quite interested in looking into this further.
May I ask a follow-up?
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I was specifically thinking about the state vet. And you're talking about a committee. Is there a different committee that we're referring to here?
Well, I was talking about the original committee that heard this testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which was,
okay.
No,
okay.
That's okay. But the state vet did come up in that conversation as being probably a key player in any type of setting up any type of standards for for the grooming industry.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Would you be amenable to an amendment to this where we add consideration of groups like, I guess, the National Dog Groomers Association of America has its own certification process, maybe even considering that pet groomers have to join some type of regional or national association of some type that has certification, has its own certification process, rather than doing it through the state.
Jim might be able to speak to this as well. I mean, my feeling is that there are a bunch of different groups out there. And I think getting back to Jim's point about consistency, that's the only thing I would be concerned with is I'm not sure. Nancy's very, very in tune with what's out there. She presented, I don't know if we submitted it or not, but she presented, I don't know if it was the state of Illinois, maybe they actually have a wonderful set of standards that they published, which we could provide just as a sort of like as a frame of reference. But I think that would be a start. I think my main concern is just that some of them are out there to make money and others are really out there because they care about the animals. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't care about animals, but a lot of it is, some people are in business to make money and that's what business is about. But, if the dogs and the animals don't come first, that's my only concern. But I definitely am open to, looking into that as well.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, having no more questions, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to call up Dara for Leo. Who did sign up and representing themselves, but they are neutral on this bill. And hopefully, no, it happened. Didn't happen. There they go. There we go. Hi. And you're all unmuted, so you're good to go. Unless you're in Northampton. You there? Oh my. Not having a good day here, are we? Now you muted yourself. I don't know.
Dan, can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, we can hear you.
We
now.
can hear me. Okay.
Hi, so thank you all for allowing me a minute to speak here on this. I am neutral against it for just with the understanding that groomers need to have their say in this and that we're a big part of the process. And there are a lot of us who are for this with the right steps being put into action for it. I own a grooming academy in Portsmouth, and we are working with the organizations that are all that you're talking about, the National Dog Groomers, the International Society of Canine Cosmetologists. We're members of and active in the an organization, the International Professional Groomers. Most of our groomers here are certified through them as groomers, stylists. We do a lot of national training and have groomers from all over the world and country coming in for us for training. There is, and I'm going to correct in some of that, there is licensing in El Paso, Texas. That was just passed not too long ago. I was actually there in December for that and part of that process. Those groomers, they do have rules and regulations and they are being looked at. So that might be something to consider looking into, is the El Paso licensure. And they are working with the Texas Association that has just started for groomers there. The woman who is running that is an academy owner as well. So her and I work together and have been talking a lot about that. We're also members, and I'm on the leadership council for an organization that's called NAGA, which is the National Alliance of Grooming Associations. I presented a lot of this information when we were in this in 2019. So I think a lot of the information has gotten around. There are people that have tried in New Hampshire to start an organization. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem that there's commodity that is amongst the industry and the groomers working together. So that's been a big challenge pulling them together. And again, you kind of nailed it. There's a lot of diversity in all of the organizations like Joanne was talking about. They all have different aspects. So understanding each one and taking it into consideration. Now, a new council has been formed, and that is called, for your reference, the Master Groomer Council, and that is setting the best practices and procedures for groomers. And that council meets every 3 weeks. They are working on terminology. They're working on setting guidelines on a national level for groomers to be able to follow. And for that council, your voting rights come as a master groomer. So any master groomer is able to vote on that committee. So those are the ones that have gone through all the certifications in each organization. So there's a lot of details in our industry. Certifications, the terms are thrown out there, the use of certificates, and we're trying to grasp the terminology to get it all together to be able to present to every state.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? So how do you, as your, this whole pet NH, that's your training academy, whole pet NH?
The Whole Pet Grooming Academy, yes.
I just see that with your like. So do you guys recommend this dryer, this crate dryer, or?
No, we don't train with them. We are not for any type of cage drying.
So how prevalent do you think cage drying is in New Hampshire?
I think it depends on the every grooming shop does their own thing. So I would say probably here in New Hampshire, there's not as many using them anymore. A true cage dryer is very expensive. They cost $2,000 to $3,000. So it's not a common piece of equipment. What a lot of groomers will do is use a fan or hook up the blow dryers to the crates or the kennels and let them dry that way. It is very hard to monitor the dog when they're in those situations. And if you have a dog on the table, you can't monitor the dogs that are there. A lot of drying rooms are separate from finishing rooms. So you have to, a small shop is going to have a high heat humidity in their space with the water and the dryers. It's hard to regulate the dog's temperatures. So larger spaces, cooler spaces, well ventilated areas, all of that needs to be looked at when purchasing or getting into shops and business ownership.
Right. Let alone for the consumer to decide which is a safe place to take your
Yeah. And open concept shops are a lot more looked and people are looking for shops that are more open and want that open concept grooming.
Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you. We've gotten a couple of emails saying that there are no groomers included on this committee. Are you saying that there should be groomers on this committee if it's going to operate?
I definitely would think that you would want some groomers on there, at least to have their input or their guidance. Not necessarily, because when we did go through this process, they were saying that this is going to be a full-time job, I would imagine. You have a very brief time to turn this around and to do this investigation. So if it's a month period and the time allowance for a groomer to walk away from their shop and give the time it's going to have to be a voluntary position, I would imagine. To have a open conversation with groomers, I believe they did speak on that and saying, we want to talk to corporates, we want to talk to kennel owners, we want to talk to vet clinics that have grooming shops, in-home groomers, mobile groomers, groomers that do in-home grooming and travel. So you've got a lot of different types of grooming going on. It's not just a shop environment.
All right, thank you.
Just for the education of our new members, and there are two kinds of study committees here in the New Hampshire legislature. We have what we would call a chapter study, which is really a commission. And in that commission, you would bring in all the different people who have players and all the different types of industry, and all the people who might be interested on an issue. And then you have a legislative study committee, and that's what this is. And the legislative study committee, and this is classic, it has 3 members of the House and 1 senator. Usually we limit to 1 senator because we hope we get at least 1 to show up, because often senators aren't as invested interest in these study committees. And these study committees the idea is that all the players, all the people who have some interest in the issue would normally show up anyways to the study committees, but they don't need to be the voting members, that the legislators are there, because then you're getting them to buy into the concept of whatever comes out of that committee. Okay, having said that, Representative Below, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this question may be for the sponsor. It's in regards to the membership of the committee.
We'll get some strange noises. So Dara, you might want to mute. So I'm sorry. Say
Yeah, no, I was looking at, I mean, it just says 3 members of the House of Representatives. I think it should be at least 1 committee member from Environment and Agriculture.
That is true. Often study committees, with legislative study committees, will identify which committees the members should be coming from. That is true.
Right, and just to follow up with that, it should be one, it should be a Republican, a Democrat, and maybe another Republican from both sides.
Yeah, generally they don't do that. It's really based on the leadership. So if I had to guess this, usually, well, the Senate is, but usually it would be 2 members of the House, 1 member who are Republican, 1 if given right now the majority, and then, but they normally would look at the committee the bill is coming from. But you're right that having the fact that it's coming here to Commerce rather than having it going through the Environment and Agriculture or ED&A, that matter, because of licensure, in terms of whether we should want licensure. But usually ED&A licensure is a secondary. First, it's the committee that's most involved in the issue. They think it's a good idea. Then it goes to ED&A to say, are we going to go forward with licensure? But it does really beg the question that maybe the right answer here is really a chapter study to get all the players involved rather than a legislative one. But
what is a chapter study?
So a chapter study is a commission. A chapter study would be a commission. And then you have, and the problem with those chapter study commissions is that you have let's say you have a groomer or someone appointed by the governor. Okay, well, does the governor get the appointment done in a timely fashion? So I assume they, in their wisdom, they thought, well, let's turn it into a study committee to be quick. But frankly, this issue is probably more complicated. So I would actually go with that commission, that a 2-year commission. In other words, give them more time to really think it through and have all those players involved who are for it, and that might be a better way to do it. And maybe you wouldn't feel the time pressure. And certainly you didn't want people who are the groomers to feel like that they have to give up their job to do the commission. You have a further question?
Well, it's just a follow-up on the licensure. I think there should also be someone from the beauty industry on this committee or commission, because they are licensed and they're not unlike, they operate similar to groomers.
I hear you, but you do know that a couple of years ago there was a big move to get rid of that licensure requirement. Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hearing about these cages, which I'd never heard of before, I Googled them, and they're pretty scary. There's an awful lot that can go wrong. It suggests that there needs to be somebody in the room all the time watching them. It suggests that there needs to be a thermometer that you could see the temperature at all times. They scare me. What is your opinion about maybe one that fully cages a dog, that type of machine not be allowed? Any opinion on that?
Right. So this question would be to you, Dara.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, assume you've got your dogs in. Okay. So, did you hear the question?
I did. Yes. So I think across the board, it's not all dryers, but yes, those cage dryers are very difficult to monitor, and you have to have enough staffing and enough education to know how to use them properly. They can be used properly, and I'm not saying that they should be, but they can be used properly in certain settings. I'm not training students on them because we don't endorse them. So every place is going to be different. I mean, you can say that they can't be used, and most people I think would agree, or most groomers would. But you're going to have the backlash from those that have been doing it for 30 years, have been doing it for 40 years, have been in the industry, and they've done fine with it. it is a very hot topic itself in our industry. So it's not anything that's not talked about throughout our industry. And it's one of the topics that we will be talking about in the Groomer Council.
Okay. All set?
Did that answer his question? Just
That was great. Perfect. All right. So I have gone through everybody who had originally signed up to speak. I have 2 people who are now asking to speak. I would ask them to, I'm going to call up Nancy Massette. And then there's another one, M. Fisher, which I'll call in a second. I would ask, well, I have to wait because I know there's a blackout moment here. Good afternoon, Nancy. You didn't sign up. We are a little bit behind, but so I hope you can give us be succinct in the point you would like to make. There is a delay. This is why I try to bring people up ahead of time. Nancy, you have to unmute yourself. Sorry. We have not done well today. She from Northampton too?
Must be something from the Seacoast.
Seacoast.
If I could speak just for a minute or second, I don't think Nancy is prepared to, she's in the middle of her shop business right now.
Okay.
I think she was hoping that Jim might be able to speak for her. She just sent me a text.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Well, the problem is Jim he has to get on his phone to get here. All right, so let me call up.
If you want me to roll those dice, I can.
Well, that time you worked, we could hear you, but it was a little echoing, but go ahead. You have her letter that you have?
I do. I'll read as quickly as I can.
Okay, perfect, great.
So again, thank you, members of the committee. My name is Nancy Massett, owner of Indognito Incorporated Grooming Studio located at 892 Lafayette Road in Hampton. Yes, the former location of Mrs. Doolittle's bathhouse. This is the location where Teddy, the 5-year-old golden retriever belonging to Joanne Schwopie, lost his life due to unfortunate and preventable circumstances. I have been in this industry as a pet groomer for almost 30 years, and I was a veterinary technician for several years, and I am also a licensed cosmetologist for over 15 years. My passion in life is animals, but my heart is in the caregiving for dogs and cats in all areas of their lives. That is why this bill is so important to me. Dogs die in grooming shops every day of the year. Groomers are injured every day of the year, but it should not be from such things as poor education and lack of proper training. It should not be from faulty or poorly maintained equipment, or from poor sanitation or improper use of products or neglect of basic safety protocols. Dogs can die from heart failure, respiratory conditions, stress, and many more underlying conditions. Groomers should always be prepared to handle these situations to the best of their abilities and perform education, i.e. being CPR/first aid certified and continuing education. So many people think our job is great and they think that we get to play with dogs all day. Most of us are skilled professional pet groomers that have attended schools, done long apprenticeships, attended trade shows for continuing education, and more. Some groomers go the show route, and some go the max of obtaining prestigious certifications such as certifications such as Certified Master Groomers. Many of us maintain memberships and certifications to groups such as the ISCC, in parentheses, International Society of Canine Cosmetology, in parentheses, NDGAA, in parentheses, National Dog Groomers Association of America, in parentheses, and many others. But since there is no actual licensing for groomers in 90+% of the U.S., anyone can become a groomer and open an establishment to work on your beloved pets, no training needed. There are even more online grooming there are even online grooming course options. I asked a carpenter friend to take one of these courses, and so he did. He finished the course in a matter of days and got a 90 to 100% and is waiting for a certificate in the mail. As groomers, we deal with dogs ranging from 3 to 250 pounds, long hair, short hair, friendly and not so friendly, blind, deaf, missing limbs, and lots of other different medical conditions. We deal with zoonotic diseases, parasites, skin issues, and so much more. If you don't have some kind of formal education, you are putting your pet, yourself, and many others at risk. Safety should be the #1 priority in our business. I have sent along pictures of the equipment and the shop conditions that I found when I went to Mrs. Doolittle's after she closed. The smell alone had me thinking twice about the endeavor. I was about to add to my already full plate. I wanted to create a safe, clean salon with camera safety, camera systems, safe spaces for pets and staff. I gutted the place from top to bottom and insist on my staff continuing their education even during these difficult times. I wanted a place that someone like Joanne would know that when she was ready, she could feel comfortable and safe leaving her beloved new family when she was gone. I understand that attempting to license individual groomers is a task of great cost and time. So I do have a few thoughts of other possible options that can start a process of accountability, which is something groomers do not have. And honestly, most groomers do not want, because they don't want Big Brother telling them what to do, and they don't want to have to spend money bringing their facility standards where they should be. I believe that we can make some of the responsibilities fall on the individual salon owners, including mobile groomers. I believe if we start with grooming salon registration systems where the salons are registered, they can then register their employees, and that will hold them to some extent to the liability and make them think twice for whom they choose to hire. Shops should be inspected at least once a year. I believe hair salons are inspected twice a year. Shops, including mobile units, will have to meet certain standards for cleanliness, equipment, and or vehicle maintenance, SDS books. I think that should be MSDS books. All employees are current on CPR first aid certification. In our industry, the certification is usually good for 2 years. Proof of insurance, proper sanitation is being done, and proper labeling and storage of products. For groomers that choose to use drying cages, they must be in their sight lines at all times so that they can monitor the pet's condition, and must be well maintained for safety reasons. Many pets die in these types of cages every year. I also strongly believe that if pets are not kept within strong sight lines at all times, the salon should be required to have a camera system in place to maintain safe visuals on the pets. Salons should be able to maintain a good heating and cooling system that provides adequate climate control per the square footage of their space. Pets should not be left alone in the building unless the facility is set up and licensed as a kennel and also meets the established safety requirements. If the facility does not pass inspection, they can be given a sheet on what needs to be fixed or changed and given a grace period to fix these problems or be fined based on the demerits they receive. What happened to Teddy was not only heartbreaking, but completely preventable. He was noosed and left in an airline-style thick plastic crate with a very non-maintained dryer blowing hot air in the front of the crate during the summer months where heat is already a problem. And Mrs. Bessemer then left the building for an extended time. We all know what happened next. Let's find a compromise to keep this and other tragedies from happening again. There is a bit more, Mr. Chair. I probably take me another 2 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this is the clerk. Would you request, please, that that testimony be sent to the committees, and I'll add it to
I was about to say that.
Thank you.
So Jim, you I know you signed up because you signed up twice. That same thing that you sign up to, you can go in and upload that so that get to all the committee members.
I will do.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, Representative Pucha, do you have a specific, because this testimony we just heard, with that person's not here.
I have a very quick question for Representative Majori.
Okay, sure.
Representative, would you be willing to bring in an amendment changing this to a commission, 2-year commission, working with all the folks that you did to specify the types of folks you need on that kind of commission?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'd be more than happy to do that. And I would defer to the wisdom of the committee, the chair, about whether that's an amendment or if you retain this so that can be changed. But I defer and would be more than welcome to change it to a commission.
All right. So yes, I did get to him, and my preference would be is we would retain it, and then we would create the commission in the fall, and that way we make sure we cover all our bases. Okay. So I'm not supposed to tell you what I think. Okay. So Martin Fisher is the last person I have. Yeah, I hear a dog barking. Is Martin Fisher, you have to unmute. Okay. We are behind here. They didn't really, you there, Martin? Okay. Well, if you are there and you can hear me, just please put your thoughts on paper and go online with the State House webpage and upload it, and so all the committee members can see it. And with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 92, and we had 151 people in support, 7 opposed, and 1 neutral. And with that, we'll close the public hearing, and we thank you, those of you who came and testified. Thank you very much. And Joanne, again, I'm sorry about your loss. It was horrible. Okay. And so we have the last bill. There we go. Okay, you're probably all wondering how I can get in front of my desk at the committee room. Okay, House Bill 449, and the representatives, oh, that's right, you're going to do this, Representative Bartlett, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Keith, are you ready to start another bill?
Yeah, I'm just about there.
Okay.
30 seconds. Thanks. Thanks for considering me.
Yeah.
All right, ready to go.
I was a clerk once.
Hard to keep up.
It sure is. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commerce Committee. For the record, I'm Representative Christy Dolat Bartlett, representing Merrimack County, District 19 in Concord. I'm introducing House Bill 449 on behalf of the prime sponsor, Representative Dave Luno, who could not attend due to his committee commitment. The Commerce Committee is familiar with the right to repair legislation from past sessions, which under both the Republican and Democratic leadership has resulted in favorable reports following interim study. Concern has been on product scope and access to proprietary information, whether owned by the user or the manufacturer. Here, the scope in this bill is limited to appliances like washers and dryers, an area that's become very important during the pandemic. And the bill addresses access to information on fair and reasonable terms, and only the information necessary to repair the appliance. You may want to hear from others after me on the details of this scaled back bill with details for your questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Representative Bartlett? I guess. Oh, Representative Abramson.
I sure
He's
do.
going to take his chance.
So you do realize he's not the prime sponsor of this bill,
Yes,
right?
but
Go ahead, Matt.
I'm going for intent, or maybe just to draw attention to it. It's towards the bottom where it says 358-T Section 3 requirements, Part 1 for home appliances and parts for such appliances sold or used in the state. An original appliance manufacturer shall make available for purpose of diagnostic maintenance or repair of such appliance to any independent repair provider, and so on.
Sorry, I don't know where you are.
Oh, it's I have it on the website. I don't have the one where it
Page and line.
No, don't use page and line. Use what the RSA reference or the.
Yeah, it's by itself. It says 358-T Section 3 requirements.
T3. That's the actual statute. Yes.
358T. I see definitions.
Yeah. T3 is the actual.
See requirements. Got it. Got it.
Okay, it says for home appliances and repair for such appliances sold or used in this state, an original appliance manufacturer shall make available, and so forth. My concern is we have in Seabrook, we have some secondhand providers, and we have people who sell things secondhand. We have both companies and individuals who sell them. So would that mean that this is going to apply?
I believe that it does.
Should apply if they're selling
I
something
believe that it
secondhand.
does.
How could a manufacturer say if they don't want to comply with this or not able to comply with this, how would they prevent those appliances from being sold in New Hampshire?
I don't have an answer for you. I'm sorry. I've just introduced the bill.
Yep. Like I say,
You'll have to ask some of the people behind me.
Okay. All right. So normally we do is state representatives first. So Eric Gallagher, is that all I see is Eric? Is that you, Eric? Eric Gallagher, if that's you, put your hand up. So, because you did sign up to speak. Did you, Eric? Okay, maybe not. Okay. So, so the next I will have is in support of the bill. Let's see what do we get. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is Gay Gordon Byrne, who is a repair organization and is in support of the bill. So all I have to do is unmute yourself. Yep.
I'm unmuting and starting my video.
Yeah,
Very good.
There you go. Perfect.
Hello. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. Been there before. Sorry I can't go and enjoy the Centennial Hotel again because I love that place. But happy to be here anyway. We focused this year. Okay, let me just back up for those who don't know.
Where are you from? Yeah, where are you from and where
Okay, yeah. Gay Gordon Byrne. I'm the executive director of the Repair Association, also known as repair.org because that's our website. We are a nonprofit. We're now over 450 members. Most of our members are either small repair businesses or they are trade associations in the business of repair. And a number of our affiliates are groups that are more focused on consumer protection and consumer rights in general. So I'm here to talk about why we're talking about appliances. And for me, it's because 2 years ago, I was in testimony in Vermont for this very same bill that you looked at 2 years ago. And one of the people that was there was testifying about how people shouldn't be able to repair their appliances. And the senator said, well, what's the useful life of a refrigerator? And the answer was 12 years, 20 years, but now 12. And the difference being that the presence of electronics in refrigerators has dramatically dropped the useful life of refrigerators. And that's pretty scary to me as a consumer. My refrigerator, the last one I had, it was 20 years old when I bought the house. And it did have a failure. And I was able to get a local repair tech in. He charged $80 for the service call and like $25 for the thermostat. And I asked him, I said, so what about the electronic thermostats? And he says, oh my God, they're awful. They break all the time. So I was like a little bit clued into the fact that there's a specific durability problem with major appliances that didn't used to exist. I think they used to be called durable goods, but they are far from durable now. And from an electronic standpoint, they're almost all doomed because as soon as you put a capacitor on a circuit board, those are essentially teeny weeny little batteries. Those things dry out. They always fail. Just a matter of how long it is before they fail. So you're now putting parts that are guaranteed to fail into expensive consumer products. And then if you don't make provision for getting them repaired more easily, they then become a real burden on the consumer and a real excessive cost for people that really probably couldn't afford brand new in the first place. I mean, if I had to put my house on the market and only sell it with brand new appliances, I think it would be very expensive. And then I'm turning around and getting a mortgage, which includes the cost of those appliances. So it's very pernicious if we can't repair these large things. Some of them are larger than others. Obviously, if my toaster breaks, and I have tried to fix my toaster, it's not a big deal. But if my refrigerator breaks, that's a very big deal to me because A, I need to keep my food cold, and B, I know that if a repair is going to be $500 and a new refrigerator is $1,000, now I'm in the market for another $1,000 item, and not everybody can afford that. The other problem that we're seeing is that with the pandemic, there's not a lot of repair actually going on. There's a lot of need for repair, but a lot of restraint. Technicians aren't traveling. People aren't welcoming people into their homes. They're not able to go to the store and buy a new thing because A, the stores don't have any. And for quite a period of time, the stores were closed. So the options have really been shrinking. And if we don't have the opportunity to repair these things, and that opportunity has been shrinking, then I think we're really in a lot of trouble. Another problem that's cropped up with home appliances, as it has with other equipment, is that parts are now being paired. So you could buy a brand new thermostat from GE. A friend of mine did this. Go to put it in and have the thermostat say input password. And since he looks at the packaging materials, can't find the password, calls GE and says, okay, I need the password. GE says, no, we won't give you the password. You have to call a GE authorized service technician to come out to your home and insert the password. Now, this wasn't as easy as you might think, because the place where his refrigerator was in Florida and he lives in Massachusetts. So to go let somebody in the door to do a password thing, a silly password thing, was not as simple as it might have sounded. And that is going on very broadly. And it's probably going to kill a lot of repairs that are currently available and make them impossible. So we have to anticipate that the market is moving in a very negative direction when it comes to our collective ability to keep the things we have in use. Now, just to make it clear, because this doesn't always come through clearly, repair is only restoration. That's it. The only thing that anybody needs to repair things is they have to know what the error codes mean. So they probably need documentation. They need the diagnostic tools to be able to figure out what the actual failure is. I know when my dishwasher broke, I had a light that said E8, and I had documentation and it said E8 said there was a clog. And there was actually a clog, and I was able to clear the clog and get the thing back. But if I didn't have that information, I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have had a service technician come out. God knows what they would have charged. And there's no benefit for me not having that documentation, other than the fact the service tech, who I assume is getting paid nicely, gets a service call. So you need the documentation, you need the diagnostics. The diagnostics are created specifically to make it easy to repair, because manufacturers don't just have, they have a warranty obligation. They promised that they're going to fix this stuff for a period of time. So their business model is they have to be able to support their in-warranty service at a reasonable cost. So they create these tools called diagnostics to make that easy. So the technician just plugs in the diagnostics, finds out what's wrong, orders the part, maybe the part's in the truck, maybe it's overnight, maybe it's a week, puts the part back in, reruns the diagnostics to make sure that the failure is cleared, and then that's it. Here's your bill. Off you go. So everything else, that's what this bill is asking for, is asking for fair and reasonable access on fair and reasonable prices to those specific diagnostics, documentation, parts and tools that are necessary for repair. Everything else outside of that is not repair. It may be frightening. You may hear some really, really crazy stories, because we have definitely heard some. You know, there are some, I wouldn't be surprised at all. We used to call it entertainment hour when some of our opposition testimony would come up and start saying, oh, children are going to lose their arms getting ripped off in washing machines, or microwaves are going to explode, or there's gas, and, you know, unspecified gas somewhere. And those are just a parade of horribles that don't actually tie to repair. They tie to frightening legislators, and that's their whole purpose. Because if people have access to the same documentation, parts and tools, and let's say ideally, it's not in the statute, but ideally they should be able to get the same training. Or there can be a trade school that provides training, or a community college that provides training, or on-the-job training. This is not really rocket science. The people that are normally hired to do appliance repair, they're not PhD electrical engineers. They tend to be $20 an hour technicians, much like the same pay scale you see in an automotive repair location. So that's what's going on with repair. That's why we need it. I own a bunch of appliances that are really, really overpriced. And if I can't get them fixed, it's going to cost me a lot. So even though I'm in New York State and not New Hampshire, if I could buy what I need to repair my stuff in New Hampshire, I would really want to be able to do that. And I think everybody in the surrounding states would want to do that as well. So I hope you pass this, available for questions. This is kind of my thing, and I'll let the next person throw some things out.
We do have someone who wants to ask you a question.
Sure.
It's Representative Ham.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and thank you for taking my questions. Do you know if there is any requirement for manufacturers of home appliances, and I mean major appliances, not necessarily a toaster, but to have available parts for a certain number of years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever? Do you know if there's any requirement? Because I can give you an example. I purchased an appliance and I called a repairman and they said, "Oh dear, too bad you bought that product. Too bad you bought that one, because they are not good at having any parts available. They don't make the parts, enough parts to be able to repair your particular appliance." Do you know if there's any requirement that they are supposed to make parts available for 5 years, 10 years, whatever?
Excellent question. And to my knowledge, there are no requirements. We believe that there's a requirement in Europe. I think France has some requirements, and those are new coming in. And oh yes, California has a spare parts requirement, but it's for 5 years. And since you're in New Hampshire, not in California, you probably have to go see if you could acquire that part in California. But nationally, there's nothing. And sadly, I've been in your shoes. I also owned an appliance where they mysteriously ran out of parts really early in the product life.
Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Isn't one of the arguments for right to repair, I haven't read this, I read an article many years ago that it was partly to cut down on landfill use and improve recycling and reduce the negative environmental impact of buying all these manufactured goods?
It's a byproduct and a fortunate byproduct, because if you can keep your things running, they don't go into the waste cycle, and a lot of the waste is accelerating because more and more stuff doesn't last as long as it could. I mean, what are you going to do with a refrigerator that you can't fix? It's going to go in the landfill.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will next call on Dylan Tice. And Dylan Tice is a member of the public and supports the bill. They don't have much more other information. So Dylan, can you introduce yourself and what your background is before you have to unmute yourself. Sorry. There you go. Perfect.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I am a Barrington resident in New Hampshire. I came along. I figured you should have somebody local.
Yeah.
Currently, my job title is technically engineering technician. I do mostly desk work at this point, but
sounds like phone support to you.
No, I actually don't use the phone for hardly anything. I spent a while writing procedures, and then I went on to configuration related tasks. But so anyway, I am in support of this bill, primarily because, well, I have generally preferred independent repair. They have a tendency to be allowed to do things that your regular authorized repair technician would not be allowed to do. Like kind of like when you go to an automotive shop and you have, like, you go to your dealer with an exhaust leak and it's going to be $1,500 because the only thing they'll be allowed to do is remove and replace. Well, having the authorized repair, they have a tendency to be less bound by the rules, and if parts aren't available, they can do more. But this just sort of brings it together so they can still actually do their job better. One of the well, most of my concerns have already been covered by the previous speaker, and let's see.
Well, that's good. We're glad you called in, and You looking at your notes or?
I am most, that's,
All right. Well, that's great. Well, thank you very much for calling in. We
So-
appreciate and hearing from you. Thank you.
oh, one more thing, if if I'm not unmuted. As far as the scope issue that we had before with the previous bill, would you consider it unreasonable to expand that, but make that a voluntary thing, kind of like how just like a mandatory disclosure, or if this doesn't pass, to do the same thing, but as a voluntary, but you have to disclose that it's not falling within a fair repair guideline? Because as a consumer, I'm trying to navigate which products to buy, and usually, for the most part, people don't know what they can repair until it breaks. So if there was some sort of something that, I guess, kind of like when Obama came out, though, the best thing about Obamacare was that regardless of whether or not you like the bill or not, it at least defined basic essential coverage. So you knew what you were getting when you bought it. Just having a definition that, that they have to disclose, hey, this, you can't, they can't put barriers and obstacles into repair, but, without us knowing about it until it breaks.
That's an interesting concept.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for calling or zooming in. Okay. We'll change the pace now and call on John Keene, who is in opposition to the bill. And he represents the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers. So where are you from, John?
Good afternoon, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. My name is John Keene with the Association of Home Appliance Manufacturers, also known as AHAM, and we're here in opposition of House Bill 449.
So where are you from?
I live in DC. It's the DC area.
All right.
So,
All
sorry.
right. Good. 'Cause I think the next person is also a DC lobbyist, so this is good to have you guys next to each other. Go ahead.
AHAM believes this bill raises far more issues and concerns it seeks to address. Our industry encompasses everything from your refrigerator, your clothes washer, microwave, electric toothbrush. With that, repairs come with the handling of refrigerant gases, wiring, and electrical connections. In fact, appliances are subject to electrical codes, building codes, plumbing codes, safety standards, as well as state requirements to handle gas and electricity to ensure our products are handled safely. That is why it is paramount to have an authorized repair professional who is trained to properly handle our products to ensure the customer remains safe. Opening up the repair process to anyone could have a significant impact on the safety and the reliability of the product. Improper repairs could lead to significant property damage. It could also lead to the opening up of the connected features of the product, opening up exposure to personal data of the consumer. Manufacturers will no longer have the ability to properly assess whether the people entering the homes met the necessary technical, safety, and security checks to make sure the customer remains safe. I do want to mention that any repair provider can conduct appliance repairs if the repair providers seek the proper certification and training set forth by the appliance manufacturer. In fact, there's currently a nationwide home appliance service and repair network that includes about 20,000 service repair shops. Of that, 88% of those are independent manufacturer affiliated. So to conclude, appliances are complex products and they require training and accountability. Untrained repairs can compromise safety and security. With that, I strongly urge you to oppose House Bill 449. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions from the committee members? We do have some questions. Representative Bartlett.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Oh, wait, now you testified. No, I'll let you go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
But I'll let you go. No, that's all right.
You say that it's a safety issue. Please tell me how somebody repairs a washing machine and it's not under the purview of the manufacturer's representative, what the safety issue would be.
So I'll give you an example. So I had this issue a couple weeks ago. So my washer had a lid switch issue. What that means is if the door doesn't lock, the washer continues So it's a big issue if you obviously if you have any people who can put their hands into it. I called someone in and that they fixed it. But with you have your refrigerants, you have your range hoods that require gas. So every major appliance has gas, electric wiring that require federal and state requirements and certification just to handle. So.
Ask another question.
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. Of course, these are ordinary kinds of things that would go with any appliance. I can't imagine that a repair person wouldn't be able to fix the lid lock or even the refrigerant in a refrigerator. I mean, you're still talking about being able to call a competent repairman, and for the manufacturers to keep this out. Why? I mean, what is it that's a secret that nobody can know about to be able to repair a washing machine properly?
Well, I would say it's the model. I mean, our authorized repairmen are trained on the model. They're trained on state code. They're trained on how to handle every model that they've been trained for. So there's, I mean, and there is an independent market. You can become an authorized repairman and not be affiliated, with a manufacturer. You can become trained. And the secret is if you want them, you can work to get them through the training process.
May I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can you tell us how some independent repairman can become trained?
Yeah, so it's two layers. So first you got to meet all the state requirements, the federal requirements to handle gas, electricity, wiring, and then the second layer is the manufacturer will, it's obviously manufacturer specific, but they'll hold trainings on their models. So it's you might have a repair individual in New Hampshire that he just focuses on one or two manufacturers. So those manufacturers will hold trainings. Each manufacturer has different training, but it's manufacturers they'll offer the training.
Yeah, and the reality is that
Okay.
in general, the authorized service technicians are people who are affiliated with organizations that sell that equipment. So that if you were a fancy dancy Sub-Zero refrigerator, and in the place where you would buy the Sub-Zero, they would have the fully trained technician. So, but not necessarily a third party. And that's really what this bill is about third party. Representative Terry has a question. Oops.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Keene, I'm trying to understand your testimony as completely and as fairly as possible. Is it the position of your group that consumers should not be in the business, quote unquote, of repairing their own appliances? And I'd like to give you two specific examples and have you speak to them. The upper thermostat on my electric hot water failed just recently. I ordered the part, followed the instructions, and fixed the unit in about 15 to 20 minutes. Similarly, I had a problem with my dishwasher a few years ago. The printed circuit board that controls the dishwasher was faulty. I ordered the part from a third party and followed the instructions, and I completed the repair myself. Do you have an opinion about that? Would you have preferred that I not do that and called in an authorized service dealer? Or was it okay that I did what I did?
Some appliance repairs can be done by consumers. It's those repairs that involve radiation, gas, electricity, anything that requires a certification just to handle. So I've done repairs. I'm not an engineer, but I've done repairs myself. So, and many manufacturers, because of the high demand for repairs, they want people. They'll help you do them. Doesn't have to come to your house.
Representative Abramson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Keen, for for taking my question. My question is, if I own a refrigerator, whether it's 10 years old or 20 years old or any other appliance, isn't it mine to repair if I want to take it to an independent repair shop, or if I know someone who does repairs? Why should the manufacturer have the ability to prevent me from repairing something that belongs to me?
The manufacturer is not preventing. There are authorized independent repair people who can fix your refrigerator. It is our belief that in order to make sure the refrigerator lives its full life cycle, it should be fixed with products that would ensure that it lives its full life cycle. We don't want things in the refrigerator that are not meant for that refrigerator. If that makes sense.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Thank you, Mr. Keen, for answering my question. Mine is in the association that you're a member of or represent of original equipment manufacturers. I guess that's what they are, basically. Is there a commitment to have the parts available for a certain period of time? So, in other words, if the expected life expectancy of a refrigerator or something like that is 10 years. Is there a commitment by the members of your organization to have available parts that would be easily available to repair, for repair?
I mean, there is no formal commitment. That's between manufacturers, but they do their best to make sure that all the appliances on the market have the repair parts that they can be fixed with. But there is no formal commitment, but they do their best to make sure that their parts are available to fix any refrigerator or any appliance in the market.
Thank you.
We just had a new question. Representative Ammon has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Before I ask the question, would you be willing to submit the testimony that you read through the committee house portal?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
All right. There was some discussion earlier about diagnostics. That you plug in a piece of diagnostic equipment and there's an error code that displays, and the manufacturer has control of what those error codes mean, right? And they're designed to have they're designed to speed up the diagnosis of the problem, but there's also an opportunity to kind of obfuscate those codes, not make them publicly available, so that only a certain number of people know what those special codes mean. Is there any commitment on the part of manufacturers to make those codes and that diagnostic equipment publicly available, so at least some people aren't at a disadvantage in diagnosing a problem?
So I cannot commit to that, and I think I want to articulate that. The reason diagnostic tools are there is to make sure we have our professionals who can handle those diagnostics as they are. One thing to keep in mind for our appliances is with the smart appliances, they're all connected. We want to make sure people who are trained, who know how to handle those appliances, and we don't want people who can access them freely. So I think there's tools there that allow people who are trained to handle those appliances.
Okay, follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Further question, you may inquire.
There's a relatively new thing happening with repair, and it was referred to earlier in one of our first testimonies, and that is manufacturers of not just appliances, but also cell phones and tablets and different types of equipment, electronic equipment. The manufacturer is password protecting the replacement of a component. And we heard that referenced earlier. I think it was a refrigerator. So you can let's say you figure out what the magic trouble code means. You get your hands on a like an identical part to replace, But in order to install that part, you need a password to install that part. What's the purpose of password protecting identical components so that the manufacturer keeps control over even who can install an identical part? Why would you do that?
Well, for personal protection, what this bill does is it opens up your home network to anyone who comes into your house. Our industry is unique that people can walk into your house and they repair your products. Having a password protection makes it so it's just you and the people who know your products can handle your products.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I only have one more person, but sometimes more might pop up. But Nathan Proctor, who represents US PIRG, and I know what that is, Public Interest Research Group. And it does say you're a lobbyist. Are you from Washington or are you from New Hampshire? You look like you have a wood stove in the back there.
I'm in Arlington. You made a comment that I was from DC, and I was a little bit insulted earlier, Chair Hunt. No, I'm here in Arlington, Massachusetts. It's so good to be in front of the
he said
committee.
Arlington. I was thinking Arlington.
Oh yes, no, Arlington, Massachusetts.
I said, what is he
No.
offended by? Arlington's right next to DC. Okay. Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. So so happy to be here. As Chair Hunt said, U.S. Public Interest Research Group, we're a consumer advocacy group with state affiliates all over the country, including New Hampshire PIRG. And so, some of the things I was going to say are covered. So I'm going to just kind of make a couple points. The first is I believe people are capable and smart. This is my worldview. I don't imagine a world in which we need manufacturers of our appliances to decide what we should be able to do with them, what we can fix and what we can't fix. People are resourceful. If you give them the parts and information, they'll probably do more, and it's their stuff. So that they take responsibility, and I think that they can do it. I don't believe that we need companies to dictate who is qualified or smart enough to do basic maintenance of appliances. I did want to say, we've had these products in our homes for 70 years. There's 1 billion or so appliances out in America in the wild, living in people's houses. If there was some safety issue that was a real thing, introduced by independent repair or self-repair, there would be some data to back up that assertion. But because there isn't, I think that we have enough data to say, yeah, that's because, people can manage the risk of an appliance, repair without causing themselves too many problems. And then I also wanted to talk a little bit about just exactly what's happening in this industry and kind of to deobfuscate some of the, certified, authorized questions. So when you become authorized, it's not because you are credentialed and trained. I mean, that might be part of the process, but you've signed a contract with the manufacturer, which gives them significant power over what you do with their equipment. Some of these contracts I've seen, they're 40 plus pages long for appliance, authorized technicians. What kind of uniforms you have to wear, what kind of trucks you have to drive. And there's a lot of technicians who do not want to sign those kinds of contracts because they lose a lot of independence. The second thing is that even if you're authorized for one provider, you aren't for the other one. And what manufacturers are doing in this space is they use the access to the parts and service documentation to get people to become authorized, because without that authorization, you can't get access. And then if you're authorized, you have to do all the warranty jobs at a loss. So let's just say you're authorized by company A, you come in you get the access to the parts and information, but then you have to take the warranty jobs and you lose money on every single one of those warranty jobs. And you're limited to how many different OEMs you can partner with in that scenario, because otherwise you just lose your shirt. So even if there's whatever he said, 11,000, 18,000 independent, authorized people, they're only authorized for one or two companies. So if you have a fridge made by Samsung and they're authorized GE, you don't have access. And they have the same level of quality to satisfy Samsung, and they could satisfy GE, but they can't do it just because they'd lose too much money. And so manufacturers are using this to kind of keep their warranty costs down. But I think that has a couple impacts on consumers. One, manufacturers have a lower incentive to provide durable products because they're subsidizing the cost of their warranty service repairs. The post-warranty repair costs have to go up because the independent repair people have to kind of make up for the losses they do on the warranty jobs. And then it lowers the availability of the number of technicians. So you have worse appliances that are harder to fix and more expensive. And so I think it's just unacceptable. We should just have access to the parts and service information just like we did 50 years ago. This is a new change in the industry, and it doesn't make sense for consumers. And already this is being done now in France and the EU. They passed a rule that they have to. It goes farther than this bill, but this would just kind of get the market in New Hampshire up to speed with what they're doing in some other places. And with that, I'll wrap up my comments.
Great. We do have a question if you're willing to take one. Representative Abramson.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Proctor, for your testimony. I did have a question. Do you believe it's that a motivation or the motivation for manufacturers is that they're trying to overcharge consumers for the same repairs?
I'm not inside the heads. I mean, from talking to technicians I've talked to, I think it's this dynamic which I just described, which is they use it to control the cost of warranty repairs because they can say, oh, you can't get access to our part network or service documentation unless you agree to do all the warranty jobs, for this price, even though you're losing money on those. And so if they had an open market for repair, then they would have to be a little bit more honest with their warranty charges, which I think would be good because I think that would increase their incentive to make products that don't break.
Follow up?
Further question, you may inquire.
So is it the intent of this bill that more local shops would be able to repair existing appliances?
Absolutely. Yep. And then I think some of the repair shops that are authorized by one manufacturer now can have access to the documentation for the other manufacturers if they get called in and there's both an LG and a GE product that they have to fix.
All right. Thank you.
Representative Abel.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony as well. I'm going to start my question with a statement. New Hampshire has 0.6% of the nation's population. So if New Hampshire were the only state to have this bill passed, this law enacted, we would probably have a lot of difficulty having the critical mass to affect anything. Can you tell us which states so far have this kind of bill in place?
So nationally, there has been no appliance right to repair which has been passed or enacted. Right now across the country, there are 19 states considering 31 bills. This is an issue which is not going to go away. Consumers are unhappy with the status quo, whether they be, appliance consumers or cell phone consumers or using tractors. Like this is, it's pretty ubiquitous in the field, and it's going to happen at some point. I think we narrow to appliances in part because I don't think that the repair control is quite as important to the appliance industry as it is to some of the other industries. And I don't think that would be that challenging. I mean, I've heard on the back end that manufacturers kind of predict this will happen and they're just kind of waiting it out. Yeah, that's what I say.
All set? Okay. Having no more questions, we thank you very much for your testimony. And always a little daring. Is there anybody in the attendees who would like to speak? Seeing none, Okay, so we had 25 people in support, 12 opposed, and I will close the public hearing on, oh, Representative Fargo, I'm sorry, I'm looking down. Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know. I just had one question. I noticed there's no fiscal note on this, and yet it has to be enforced by the Attorney General's office. Is that a concern?
Okay, so I was going to discuss that when we had the Attorney General on earlier. I've never seen a fiscal note come out of the AG's office. Okay, so if when they looked at the bill, when a fiscal note, they're sending it to a department, an agency, you know, the terms of who's going to write it. But AG's office is, what it was a miracle to get the Secretary of State and the AG's office to actually do rules. They wouldn't even do rules because they were constitutionally created, so they felt that they were exempt from rulemaking. So, but they did do rules. They have done rules. But fiscal notes, I think this year there's been a incredible dearth of fiscal notes ever generated. But in terms of getting one out of the AG's office for implementation, they're going to say it's undeterminable. But you know, I mean, he did make it clear in that one bill that it would be for the telephone robocall. It would be a huge project. You know, how many people you have to hire.
Right, and I guess that kind of raised some concerns with me if we're going to enforce that through their office, and he already says his staff is at capacity. You know, how are we going to be able to do that?
Right, and yeah, then the idea of chasing some Samsung to give us a manual might be a little tricky, but I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Sometimes it's better on these just to have a cause of action for someone. They can take it to, if they want to spend the money.
Sue, don't you, Max? You've said this a couple of times today. You just like.
I always say small claims court. I was going to say small claims court.
You'll be lucky to get a judgment against them, an international corporation. Good luck. But they do all USA divisions, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know. Good luck. But all right. So Rich, I assume your hand's up just because you're still up, and we're everybody all set. So we have miraculously gone through all our hearings. So which is, and this is well, I have to say, having Zoom meeting starting at 9, we've been able to do things a lot faster. I'm very pleased to say that we stayed pretty well on time. I think I did good in scheduling time.
You did.
And we didn't have too much over, and we certainly, had no 5 o'clock session, study, work section, so that this works good. And as I said earlier on, just in case some of you weren't here, was that so next Tuesday we got a day off from Commerce, and then but the following week I'll start scheduling bills to exec. And,
Do you expect it'll be both Tuesday and Wednesday? Those weeks?
I have to find out whether they'll give me the Wednesday, because I know these Wednesday was for us to push through the hearing. So. But we'll see how it goes, and I'll be in conversation with you, Christy, once I have an idea where we Republicans are going, so that we can maybe I would hope that we can go through our exec session painlessly without too much drawn. I mean, I know obviously we're not going to be on the same page for everything, but there are some things where we can, and obviously this year we're going to retain more bills than we've ever done before. And I don't feel bad about that, because I was
planning to go to England, and now they're saying we're not going to England until 2022. So much for that.
No, just go earlier. You don't wait till you go.
No, I don't think I'm going earlier.
Right. Anyways, okay, but
cancel that trip to South Africa.
Yes.
Yeah, good idea.
It is the last time I was in Europe was in the off year in September.
Yeah. It's my kids that I got to see. It's been 3 years.
At this point, I would urge everybody to be aware that we'll do these bills. I mean, we don't, when we do these subcommittees we're not too busy. I mean, I usually just 1 day a week is enough, because we actually have like 6 weeks to get through things.
Yeah.
So and I'll have again, we'll try to break up in divisions. We'll revisit once we know what we're retaining and which little the subcommittees, and they can meet concurrently. So I think I don't expect to take up a lot of time. And because I do like to travel myself in between year, not election year.
So we're not going to know whether you're at Weekapaug when you're Zooming.
I always honest to bit. Well, I mean, Rhode Island, the season is Flag Day, mid-June to
Right.
Labor Day. I mean, after Labor Day, they roll up the sidewalks. I mean, the yacht club is closed. The tennis, they take, it's a very short season.
It's the same in Alton. Winnipesaukee pretty much ends
Very
Labor
short
Day.
season, and then,
Yeah.
but otherwise, everybody all set. We'll see you. Who knows where we'll be next week? Right? Maybe all
yeah,
Zoom,
good question.
little screens. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But otherwise, the following week, I will be scheduling that Tuesday. So.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. And
Have a good
Bye-bye.
weekend.
have
Goodbye,
a
everybody.
Bye.
rest of the week, and I guess we got to.
So when's the next Zoom? 4?
4 o'clock for the Dems. Yes. You've got a link. I sent it to you.
All right.
You'd send me the link.